guys, PK and Shade from TacoYaki Anime,
Hello.
and welcome back to another episode of Monthly Ketchup. Today is episode 80.
God
Whew.
damn. 80 episodes.
Yeah,
That's some craziness, my man. That's some craziness.
yeah. We get to 100 in what, 2023? About
Really?
halfway through, I think.
Jeez. That's crazy.
So, today we'll be talking about our initial thoughts on the fall season of anime for 2021.
And there are some doozies.
Yeah.
There
So,
are some definite doozies. And I say that not as in saying like, oh, this is a horrible season. This is actually a pretty decent season. I
oh,
think this is really good. But I also, I guess, for lack of a better term or word, spread my wings and went into some genres I don't necessarily go into that often. And it was a little weird. It was a little weird. I ain't gonna lie, it was a little weird. So I hope to get at least somewhat enlightened from your perspective to see if what the weirdness that I'm thinking I perceived is legitimate or if it's just this particular stuff. So we shall see.
So normally the show is in alphabetical order. We have 21 shows to talk about today. But I split it up into three because of so there's some stuff that we were like eager to talk to each other about, whether if it's a topic on the internet about what's buzzing around or just some like a dying question to be answered. And then the middle show will be the regular show. And then the last couple are because I wasn't paying attention and I watched two shows from last season. So yeah.
Were they shows that I talked about from last season?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, they're straight up in my genres. And
Gotcha.
yeah. So I pushed those to the end. And maybe we can put shows at the end as like honorable mentions for like right now what's going on is the what's the name of it? The League of Legends show that's on Netflix that everybody.
Oh, yeah.
I
I did watch part of the first episode of that one. I didn't watch the whole thing.
Okay, yeah. So like shows like that, or maybe stuff that's in the Netflix graveyard that like.
And I did also watch the very first episode of the live action for Cowboy Bebop as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we should talk like um it'll break the format, but I think for the next show we should put those two at the end
Okay.
because yeah.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that'll be
that's fine because the next show is our up and coming for the fall season.
Yeah.
Which usually goes pretty quick. So I'm okay with adding some extras at the end of that. Whereas with this one, I'd be like, can we not? We have too much to talk about. I don't want no.
Yeah.
So no, I'm fine with that. Because that'll
Okay.
give me more of a chance to watch. I at least feel like I should watch. I kind of already have some preconceived notions of Cowboy Bebop, the live action, but I feel like I should at least give it 3 episodes, see where it goes.
Okay.
The League of Legends one, I regret not having watched the full first episode. I got distracted and busy. But I do intend on watching that one straight through.
Okay.
Like
cool.
One way or the other, I intend on watching that whole thing. I just don't think, considering what I've seen and what I think of Cowboy Bebop live action, that I can watch the whole thing and not get pissed off.
So should we do 3 episodes of both?
So I'm telling you, I will do 3 episodes of Cowboy Bebop, but I will probably watch the entirety of League of Legends.
Okay, cool. Full sample of Cowboy Bebop and just a taste of the League of Legends.
No. Reverse that. Taste of Cowboy Bebop, full on League of Legends.
The 3 episodes of League of Legends? For me, like a taste is just like, oh, let me take a little bit. A full sample is like, give me a serving. And
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I got confused for a second. Okay.
okay.
No,
Yeah.
yes. So full thing, full on taste of the League of Legends and just a sampling of the Cowboy Bebop. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So the first show and the most, I guess, controversial show we're gonna be talking about is not that one. Oh my God, what happened? No,
Uh-oh.
it's broken.
Uh-oh.
Okay. How
Uh-oh.
did?
Oh,
Okay,
there we go. I think we're here.
yes,
Okay.
I did it wrong. It's in alphabetical order, and I didn't mean to put it in alphabetical order. I meant to pull out the three shows.
So I'll start off by saying one of the interesting things about this is this show was actually slated to release 3 years ago,
Oh,
but it got pushed back on its release.
okay.
The
So
other
I
thing
want.
about this, I will say that is also very controversial, and I don't necessarily see why it should be, but it is worth mentioning that the cast, the writers, they're all part of the LGBTQ community.
Yes. So I want to say my piece because it's just
Go
I
for it.
don't think it's like I don't know what's happening on the internet with
Mhm.
this show, but I know there's a big hubbub, which is
Yes.
why we put this towards the beginning.
Mhm.
So me not knowing what's going
Mhm.
on. First show we were talking about is High Guardian Spice.
Yeah.
So this is a Crunchyroll original.
Mhm.
I watched the show,
Mhm.
and for me,
Mhm.
I don't consider this an anime in the definition of an anime.
Okay.
My definition. My
Okay.
definition of anime is a show that is made by Japanese people
Mhm.
and a Japanese animated show.
Mhm. Well,
That's what I say.
going by the strict definition of anime, I think that is exactly what that is.
Yes.
Is that it has to be made in Japan, because it used to be that there were certain characteristics that would give that impression of Japan animation,
Yes.
but I think over the years that has evolved to a point where now it is no longer like, you know what I'm talking about, like the big eyes and stuff like that. That
Yes.
used to be like you could tell without even knowing anything about a show, just seeing that sort of style, you're like, "Oh, that's an anime because it came from Japan because that's how they do their animation." But
Yes.
like at this point, I don't think I've ever seen an animation that has actually like in recent years that has
Yes.
gone by that specific style, I guess.
Yes. So I would say that this show is an animated cartoon
Okay.
that is Japanese inspired or
I would
anime
agree with that.
inspired.
I would agree with that.
Um, I don't. I see why the show is on Crunchyroll.
Mhm.
If Crunchyroll didn't like fund the show, then I would say that this should be on Nickelodeon. Um,
and and just as a first thought on that, it's like at the beginning of every episode, they put a warning on it,
yeah,
an adult content warning. They put that, okay, just for people out there, just as a FYI in a context. They put that warning after the first episode of Goblin Slayer aired. They put that warning on every episode following that for adult content. Warning, it's adult content.
I thought they put it only on the episode where the stuff happened.
No, because they put it on after at least the first couple episodes after that.
Okay.
So, but there's reason for that, right? Because we saw the things that happened and we're like, that's deep. That is dark.
Yeah,
There's adult content. Would you say that about this?
I would say for streaming services, yes, there is a reason to put on Goblin Slayer. There was a reason to put
Well, yeah,
that
for sure, for sure.
for that on those episodes.
But on High
For
Guardian Spice,
for High Guardian Spice, for it to air on a streaming platform, I have yet to see through the first 3 episodes why that disclaimer needs to be there.
Okay.
If it was on maybe Nickelodeon or Disney or some other network that shows animation, maybe. But I don't understand why it has that.
Yeah. No, I agree. Anyways, continue on with your. I'll let you go through your.
Yes. So,
Let's break it down from your usual perspective. I mean,
yeah.
going through this, like you said, you only saw the first 3 episodes, but I know for you, one of the biggest things is like you enjoy good animation.
Yeah. So, have you seen? I had Gravity Falls.
No.
Okay. I believe I can't remember if it's a Disney show or a Nickelodeon show, but it is an animated show. And for me, all of the main characters seem like different flavors of one of the characters from Gravity Falls. Her name is Mabel. She is a no nonsense. I do what I want. I am off the beaten path. I say whatever comes to my head. I'm silly. I just do. I'm crazy. I'm do whatever I want kind of characters. And every single character in this show seems like a different flavor of her. And it's hard to like separate all their personalities because they all seem like sassy characters who don't always pay attention to what's been said and don't follow the rules. Some of them do. And they just say stuff to say stuff. So as far as like who's my favorite character, the dad who makes bread.
So not even a main character.
And it's like maybe the witch as like a second because she seems like the most sensible.
Oh god. That
Um,
is bad. That is sad.
so, and it's like I've seen 3 episodes. Am I going to continue watching this show? I want to know what happens in this story, but these characters are really telling me that I should maybe think twice about it.
Oh god.
Like with any other show, I'm like, if I don't like the characters, I don't want to go on the ride. And I'm like, I'm looking at the ride, I'm like, this is a cool setup. I want to know like more about the mom. Something about the rot just started, and I'm like, ooh, what's that? And then like they're like, be careful because you could die. And I'm like, why are you saying that so blatantly? Like, is that foreshadowing? Not really, because they like multiple characters have been like, yeah, be careful because you could die. And they're just saying it flat out. So I'm like, oh great. I like the witch. She's gonna die. So yeah, this show should be on Nickelodeon. I don't know why it's on Crunchyroll. It's not an anime. It's very much anime inspired. And I wish that it was in Japanese. And I wish the characters were nicer to each other. And that's about it. That's about all I have about.
So, from an animation standpoint, what okay, out of a ranking from let's say 1 to 100, from an animation standpoint, where would you put this at?
Animation quality, I would say it's polished but sloppy. It's kind of like that, like it's not like the wiggly animation that like uh crap, what is that one studio that did it's that Konosuba. I would say the like the movement of the characters is slap.
Mm-hmm.
The style of the show is nice. I don't know. It's like the movement of the characters is sloppy. Anything other than that, everything's fine. Like nothing draws my attention.
In the very first episode, when they get to where they were going, and they wake up the next morning and go to eat, you realize there was like a static, like basically Photoshop looking jar of sugar sitting on the table. Like they pan across it, and I had to stop and go, wait, say that one more time. And I looked at it and I'm like, that looks like someone literally after the fact went, hey, there should be sugar on this table. Someone put that in there. All right, looks good. Go with it.
With all the pancakes and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I'll even find the spot.
Yeah, I'll have to. Cause
So first episode, let me just mute it so I'm not just blowing my ears out all of a sudden. So first episode, we go through and where's it at? Okay, so they wake up here. Right? Yeah. It's almost like a side shot that they did.
no.
Huh?
I hit a button and it hopped over to the Skype window and
Is that it right there? Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Minute 12 on the dot.
Okay.
Minute 12.
Okay. I got 8 seconds until this ad stops playing because I'm not signed in here. Minute 12. Oh, crap.
Like, you look at everything else around them, and everything else is, like, very colorful, very... Hell, even the freaking loaves of bread in front of him look weird. But that sugar jar looks just awful.
Okay.
Tell me when you see it.
It says I have a minute and let me go ahead and log in because this is the so this is kind of like that whole Starbucks cup on Game of Thrones kind of thing.
Kind of, but it just kind of just one of those glaring, you're just like I get why it's there. It's breakfast. They have tea, they have other things on there that probably could use sugar or whatever. But that just looks bad. It looks bad. And then the oh god, the dialogue choices in this I think are some of the lines that they say are some of the cringiest, some of the I'm like how do these lines make sense? And how does this plot and at what they do make sense?
Nobody's explained the magic yet.
This is true. And I'll get to that in a second, but I really want you to see this as an animation person and tell me what you think of it as when you get to it.
Oh my god.
Do you see it now?
Yeah.
Do you see how that looks?
Yeah, this looks like the whole table is just a bunch of photoshopped items just placed on the table. Like
that loaf of bread, I swear to God, is from what is it? The Hawaiian rolls.
Yeah,
Doesn't that look like that?
yeah.
And then the sugar there, that's photoshopped. The fruit, I would give it to him. The pancakes, I'll give it to him.
Um,
Bread, maybe.
whatever that pot is in front of the girl, the strawberries thing.
Yeah.
It looks like it's straight on, even though the
Uh-huh.
table's angled.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then whatever that mug is next to her,
Yep.
that's
Mm-hmm.
just like the sugar thing.
Yep. But
Yeah,
nothing
I when
else
I
in
watched
that
this,
scene looks like that.
yeah, like all the stuff in the back matches the background.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I completely did not. I was like, why is there so much bread for breakfast?
Mm-hmm.
The girl, she has sausage on her plate. I'm like, where's the plate of sausage?
So and speaking of speaking of the magic, right?
Yes.
So we go for it's just going off the first episode. Let's just focus on just the first episode. The only bit of magic we see them do, besides the trans-dimensional doorway that they use at one point, and her flashback with her mother and the sword, magical sword, which that was also a ridiculous scene as well, I will totally say, is a broom that they use in order to cut the line to get on the train that they had to get on in order to get where they were going. Right?
And they couldn't fly all the way there because of what?
They put them in the picture of these are very poor girls. Like they had that was the other thing too. When they first they get on a stage they get on a cart to get on a stagecoach to get on a train to then get on a no, first they get on a what is it, like some sort of thing that takes them up the mountain, and then they get on a train, and then they finally make it to where they're going. And I'm like, that's a lot of steps. Can we have like shortcut a little bit of that?
Just flown there.
Just flown there because they get
They
on
could.
the room, and it's like, okay, if someone were to say, well, they don't, they the magical power is within them and it wanes if they use it too much. Well, someone say something about that because we have no idea. You know what I mean? It's like, could you, I don't know, say something? It's like they have a magical trunk that they have with them that can apparently pull anything out that they want if they store it inside of it.
They've only. How often have they used that? Because I just saw it like float and get on the basket.
Yeah, not very often. That they pulled the broom out from it.
Okay.
That was pretty much the extent of it. But then, okay, so let's talk about dialogue decisions here and choices. I'm very confused about. Let's go back to when they're getting on the stagecoach deal, and they go to get their tickets punched, and the ticket conductor literally says, "I'm gonna unmute for a second. No seats for you girls. We don't need seats. Future guardians. Most guardians can afford seats. Guardians in training. We're gonna sit on each other's laps at the same time." Where does that make sense? So, is there some sort of spatial paradox where like one sits on one's lap while the other one sits on the other's lap, and inversely you're both sitting on each other's lap and through some sort of space-time continuum deal? How
Uh,
does that sentence make sense? I don't understand. And then when they finally do get on, they just get thrown in with the luggage. Why wasn't that just said?
why did you need a ticket if you just go sit on top?
It just you got to
Right?
get the like if you're getting counted as luggage, you just say that. You just be like, we're riding up there. You know what I mean? It'd been like, oh, okay, and that would have made me go, okay, you're very poor. Instead of having me stop the video and go, hold on, let me digest that sentence here for just a half second, because I'm a bit confused as to what the frick I just heard. You're gonna sit in each other's laps simultaneously. Come again? And then later on, after they eat breakfast, right? They see this road creature. Um, they see this rodent creature, and one girl looks back to the other, or to their people that they're with. Hold on. Okay, so one girl takes off, the other one leans back and hollers over to the people that they're staying with that they'll be back by dusk, and the two lean out and go, "Don't get killed," right?
Yeah, they keep saying that.
And then she sees the rodent, and an excited voice goes, "Oh my God, what is that? Maybe it's got rabies." And I'm like, she just said don't get killed. Why are you going running after something you think might have rabies? No. You'd be like, that's wildlife and it looks magical. I'm going to leave it alone. Or you go, hey, let's go chase it. Where did the dialogue go? Where does it make sense? I'm sorry, but it doesn't. And then, like, okay, again, not to say anything about just the LGBTQ community at all, but obviously it's in here. It's part of this thing. I have no issues with anybody who is in that and whatnot. You choose to do you as far as what you decide to do. But it was a little strange, and maybe it was part of the dialogue, because just before that, before she goes and chase after the rabies monster, the pink-haired girl looks at the blue-haired girl and goes, "Your cousins are the best." These are the same people who just moments before, while they're eating breakfast, the one reached over the other one, holding them in a very intimate manner, and fed them a strawberry. And it seems like they're a couple. But she says, "Your cousins." Either she's not being told something correctly, or the dialogue went way wrong in that, or they're saying something I'm not sure about.
So
There again, listening to the
is it
dialogue, I'm like, I'm not
is
sure.
is one of them her cousin?
That may be the case. If that's the case, they did the dialogue wrong, because she said cousins with an S.
So if one of them was her cousin, it would be like
Your cousin is great.
your cousin and his wife or her wife
You
or
could even just say your cousin, or even the cousin, just to say about them, or just to say, if you wanted to include them both, you could have just said they're great. Why did you have to label them as your cousins with an S?
would it be proper to say your cousin's spouse is also your cousin? How like your aunt's spouse is your aunt or uncle?
I
Or doesn't that work with cousins?
I don't think that works with cousins.
Okay.
Either way, that's a very awkward piece of dialogue that I feel like they should have done something with a little bit differently.
Hmm.
But see, that just goes along with everything else. And okay, so as you and I have watched a crap ton of anime, correct? We have watched a ton
A
of anime.
thousand,
Like literally,
almost
I have
2,000.
there's one website that I went to that someone had me go look on. What was it? I think I labeled it or saved it. Um, it literally said, it totaled up all the I clicked on, it took me a while. I clicked on every anime I'd watched, and it totaled how many hours you would have to spend in order to watch all of that anime. I think it was up to almost a little over 3 months straight. I want to say is what it said. And it may have not
Nice.
included everything. Like if you were to watch 24/7 the entire time, it was a 3-month continual, like a little over 3-month continual watch.
To watch what?
All the animes I've watched.
Oh, it was you watched. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. Didn't any list? No. Eh,
Well, anyways, so
Anime News Network.
I say that to say, okay, we've watched a crap ton of anime. You and I both know that the first episode of any anime is supposed to that is what the hook for your show. That is
Yes.
what it's supposed to draw you in and is supposed to give you the reason to continue watching. Now, there are some people who's the unwritten rule of 3 episodes of being like, "Hey, give it 3 episodes and it's a slow burn and you'll get hooked into it then." But in general, for the most part, you go off of the first episode as far as whether or not you want to watch something. This first episode of this series, I learned next to nothing about this entire thing. Hardly any plot was divulged other than they're supposed to be. I don't even know what guardians are. I mean, do you even like it? I've only watched the first 2. Did you get like, and yours, do you even know what guardians do?
All I know is that her mom is a guardian, but I don't know what her mom does.
And her mom died in the most cliche anime way and humanly possible.
I missed it. What was it?
In the first episode, she has a flashback dream of her mom getting sucked up by some evil black fog deal or whatever after she was fighting it off and for some reason threw her sword at her daughter, I guess for protection. I don't know. It was never fully explained. Again, this is her dream, so I don't put too
Yeah,
much into it. But
yeah. I was like, I thought that was just symbolism.
at the same time, I'm looking at it going, there's at least some form of truth in it. Like there's something to it.
Yeah, I feel like that's what she just pieced together because of what people told her, but that's
Well,
not
so
actually what happened.
she says that her mom, like in her mind and her belief, her mom died, right?
Yes.
I'm thinking I overheard something where that's not the case.
Yeah, I'm like, I want to see. I want a flashback of exactly what happened, or I'm like, I don't like hardly any of these characters,
No,
so I'm
no.
like, I don't believe what you say until you
It's
show me.
like I don't like any of the characters. They're all either very, very annoying,
And they ignore the
and
rules
it's
and then break them right away. I'm like, why am
yeah,
I gonna trust you?
yeah.
And you're like,
But
didn't you hear
then
what the
like
teacher said? She's like, nah, I wasn't paying attention.
what is
Anyway,
what is the first the first conflict that we come across is some her locket gets stolen and is involved in some mating ritual with some creature
yeah.
that goes on for far longer than I think it should have.
Uh, yeah.
And then they meet the other character who's a blacksmith
And she
and
couldn't fix it. I'm like, aren't you?
couldn't fix it. Yeah, she
I
couldn't
was
fix
like,
it.
don't you work with metal? Why can't you fix it? And she like didn't even. The thought
But
didn't cross her mind.
here's the other thing too. I agree with you about this whole thing about it being Nickelodeon because it almost seemed like the wrap up of the first episode was just like, oh well, we learned our lesson. Let's not just let's keep track of our stuff and not let some animal take off of it for some mating ritual with theirs. You, you know what I mean? It was just like, well, that's wrapped up. Good to go. We're done. And they're like,
Yeah,
hold
the
on
elf girl.
now.
She was that. Then who was it? The elf girl that was like, oh, why did you wear something shiny to the market? Stupid. And then just moved on. I'm like,
Yeah.
was that supposed to be the lesson? Thank you
Yeah.
for teaching me, ass.
Yeah.
Like everybody's so rude. I'm like, Jesus.
But no one expresses that. No one is like, "Wow, you're being kind of mean. I mean, just could you tone it back just a little bit?" They're like, "Nope, you're right. I was dumbass, man. Lesson learned." And I'm just like, "Really?"
And it's so weird that like the rudeness of the show is like this is why I say it should be on Nickelodeon because I'm like there are characters on some Nickelodeon shows that are just assholes, and I'm like he's the asshole character. I'm like all these characters are mean. They don't listen. They don't pay attention. They just say whatever they want to say. And then you
Mhm.
got a bully, and I'm like, how in the world do you top every other character in the show? I'm like, Jesus.
You really got to pull out some stops to be that bad. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
damn.
like just purposely walking into people and knocking
Mhm.
stuff over. And
Mhm.
I'm like, Jesus, her friends are mean to her, and you're worse. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I really don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's like
I feel
I like the
like I feel like for any sort of even remotely sane as far as like any sort of anime, this is definitely bottom of the list for me. Like, and I feel like I get in a sense with if they have this relationship, her cousin or cousins, I don't know which, whatever it is, having this relationship, like, you know, I appreciate the fact that they're inclusive in that and that they do a lot of other things that are also very inclusive. Great. I just feel like it should have been handled so much better. I feel like there is so much of a better story, a better just like maybe it's because they're trying to do too much because like they're trying to be so inclusive of all these other like LGBTQ things, and maybe it's also because it's like it's a coming of age story at the same time. It's like I don't know, maybe you're just trying to add in, you're throwing in too much here. You need to like narrow your focus down and build your characters first before you start throwing all these other things into it because you're going all over the place. But between the animation that again makes me either think Nickelodeon or that someone last minute decided they needed to throw something in Photoshop and just tried to throw it in there. Dialogue that I'm just looking at it going, okay, did y'all like listen to yourselves when you said that? Because I'm not. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't imagine being when I would write dialogue for a story or whatever, I would say it out loud. Like I would get it in my head and be like, I'm gonna write that down. But then I'd go back and I'd be like, let me hear how that sounds. And there'd be times where I'd go back and go, yeah, no, that doesn't sound right. Let's redo that. Let's rewrite that. Let's have it to be a little more flowing, a little more understandable. Or if you didn't understand it, like if she would have gone, I really like your cousins, and the other girl would have looked at her and went, "Excuse me?" And I go, "Oh, your cousin and her partner or whatever." And I'd be like, "Oh, see, even she was like, did you realize what you just said? Did you hear what came out of your mouth? Because it sounded a little bit off. I'm just gonna tell you, you know, instead of just going with it." I don't know. Between all that, I feel like there could have been, they wanted to build such a good fantasy magical world, and I feel like they could have had it within them to do that. And if you want to have like some sort of Steven Universe, because honestly, that's what it reminds me of, is kind of Steven Universe with the animation a little bit.
I haven't seen that one. So.
So if you wanted to have some sort of Steven Universe, um, just more inclusive in some ways of other things and all the rest of this, like, okay, fine, do what you feel like you want to do. Like there have been shows who've done that in the past, and if you want to add more to it, good for you. I applaud you. Great going. It may not be my pack, but hey, I'm sure it's somebody's. But this, I just don't feel it. I feel like it's trying too hard to be something that it's not, and it's making a mockery of everything it's trying to stand for.
Um, so I don't know what they want this show to be. Actually, first,
Because I don't think they know what they want the show to be.
yeah, have you seen, Teen Titans, right?
Yes, I've seen Teen Titans.
Yes. Have you seen Teen Titans Go?
Sadly, yes.
Okay. Teen Titans has a story.
Oh yeah.
Teen Titans Go, they're just doing stuff.
Yep.
There may be a story. I don't know. I did not want to wait around to find out if it did.
No.
To me, this is like um, Konosuba Go. It's like, it's a fantasy show that doesn't really go anywhere. And
But
they
see,
just do stuff to do stuff.
the bad part about that is Konosuba really didn't do a whole lot anyways.
Yeah, which is,
Now we're doing even less.
yeah, that's exactly my point. Like, the characters are fine.
Mm-hmm.
LGBTQ, all that does not matter to me at all. I'm like, characters are characters.
Yep.
I judge you on how you behave. All the characters in this show are mean. I don't like that. And one is extra mean, and she actually gets a pass because she's supposed to be the bully. So I'm like, fine, but calm it down some. Everybody else is mean enough. I worry for the witch girl because she's the least mean out of everybody, and they keep telling the kids, don't die, and I feel like she's gonna get hurt.
Probably.
The buildup of the what little bit of world building that's here, I'm interested in. I would like to see if there's anything there. The rot is probably going to kill somebody because that's the only big bad that I see so far. And they have animals that have like mating rituals and all that kind of stuff, which is like cool. I've never seen a show follow the mating rituals of an animal.
It's
Interesting.
just weird, man. Like,
yeah. So overall, if this is trying to be a kids show that's aiming to be on something like Nickelodeon, good job. You got the whole like slightly mean-spirited characters as the shows on Nickelodeon do compared to the shows on like Disney or something like that, and you get through the story like well enough to where you don't have to explain everything like an anime does because the show is for kids. If you're trying to be an anime, then you need to flesh out a lot more of the story and you need to polish up the animation. So as far as this stuff goes, I will like 100% morbid curiosity. I want to find out how the story goes because I have one character that I'm like, please don't hurt the witch, please. I'm like, she has the most sense out of everybody, please. And I want to know that she makes it out okay. And everybody else, I'm like, it's your fault.
if that character dies, would you just be like, I'm done?
Yeah. That's like my whole reason for continuing the show is if something happens to her and she's gone, I'm stopping the show right then. And I'm moving on.
Fair enough. Oh, fair enough. I give you props for it because I don't know if I could. I don't know if I can. It just no.
Yeah, because like with all the like bits and like all the parts of the animation that are like subpar, like the photoshopped images and all that kind of stuff, completely flew past me. One, because I have to focus on what they're saying because they're speaking my native language. So I'm like, it's throwing me off so bad. And then two, they all sound like Mabel from Gravity Falls. So I'm like, why does everybody sound like different? I'm like, that part of my brain is being used up, so I don't notice a lot of the animation mistakes or shortcuts that they're using until like one of them's trying to walk on a tightrope, and then they like flip around a bit and they're on the ground, and I'm like, that wasn't a fall, and she did not catch you. You just spun around the characters, and then they ended up that way. So that kind of stuff distracts me. But yeah, I wish that girl had quit swinging around her sword like an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
But
Oh god, yeah.
yeah. So yeah, this is a nice kid show, and I would like to know what happens with the witch if she makes it through okay, and that's all I care about, because if she gets hurt, I'm out.
Nope, I totally understand you, and I don't know. I feel like you may be dropping that series at some point. So
So the next show that's in our beginning part that I put them in order. God, is the ghost one that you. There we go. Meirko-chan.
yeah,
This was the ghost one
dude.
you were talking about, right?
Oh, there's like internet hype on this. I just thought it was really good.
Okay, yeah, yeah. This is one that we're like, we gotta, like, this is pushed to the front because it's something that we were like, you said I gotta watch it, so
Yeah, what did you think about
okay.
it?
This show is stressful.
It is. It is very stressful.
I love this show.
Yeah.
But I hate going through the process of watching it. Because it's like at every turn, I'm like, please, 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 just please get through this. And then it gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like 10 minutes later, I'm like, and then you get to like the con, like the first con artist that was this the show that had two con artists? Two like I'll read your poems kind of people, or was that one of them from a different show?
No, I think one of them from a different show.
Okay, so this one had like a fortune teller lady.
This one had a fortune teller who is technically, to a certain extent, legit.
Yeah, she is
but she also kind of foists off on those who are just like, the high schoolers coming by going, ha, read my future. I just want to know. And she's like, oh, you're going to be da 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 da. She's like just kind of playing it. But when she sees something real, she does something about it.
Yes, she has like, she's kind of like a legit fortune teller that's like going along with the times.
Yeah.
If she sees somebody who has a lot of money, but they're like a jerk, then she will take them for every penny that they got.
Yep.
If she sees some high school girl who's just kind of into it and just wants to know a fortune, then yeah, she'll take like a couple bucks and she'll give her something that like, this is like a toy, but it like the girl's concerns aren't really like something dangerous. But if she sees something that like she has to deal with, then she actually has some power.
Yeah.
So I really like that fortune teller. The other one that I saw, like, I'll go to that one when we talk about it.
Yeah. That's a whole nother can of worms. No, this.
I'm scared. Like.
So for those who haven't watched this, like, you may look at that picture and go, oh, it's a ghost. No, that right there is probably the tamest looking of the ghosts or the specters that she sees. Like, legitimately, the first one that she saw reminded me of the spirit from Scrooge, the Ghost of Future.
Okay.
You remember that one?
I remember the movie. I don't remember what the ghost looked like. Yeah.
big, huge guy that he saw in the elevator, and he thought he was like a guy in a suit or something like that, and he opened up his cloak, and there were just like hands and faces and screams started coming from it. They're just like, ah! And he's like, close it up, goes, "You're real." Like legitimately, when that first one that came up to her when she was waiting at the bus stop, like that's what first came through my mind, because he had like those multi appendages coming from his like stomach and chest area or whatever, and I'm just like, oh god. Like when you see something like that, I give her all the props in the world, because legitimately, I'm not sure I would be able to keep a straight face through all that shit.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if I would be able to not react. Like, and then the one that was in her bed too. Yeah. That
like,
shit was
what
like,
is that? It's like,
and I hear, yeah,
mama.
mama,
And
and
I'm
I'm
like,
like, no, I ain't your mama.
and then she put the cover on. It's like, I'm
Yeah,
like, I can't sleep.
how do
I'm like,
you
guess I'm
sleep?
sleeping on the couch tonight.
I'd be like, well, today's the day I'm gonna die. All right, well,
uh,
uh, that
so
yeah, that legit was bad.
the trailer did an excellent job of underplaying this show.
Yeah, oh for sure.
Yeah.
But okay, after watching the first episode, I thought to myself, I'm like, okay, I like where we're at, but I'm curious to see where it's going to go, or like what other things we're going to come across in regards to this, that it's going to keep, because in shows like this you have to keep raising the bar, you have to keep raising the ante and keep going up and up and up. I'm sitting here going, where are we going to go from here? Because I'm already freaked out by the freaking ghosts already. Usually we
Yeah.
start small and we start amping it up to where you're like, oh, that's bad, that's nasty.
Yeah.
We're already there. Where are we going from here? And I will say, I like what they do with it. If I'm being legit, because I like what they do with it, because those situations where the one with the girl, there were her friend found the cat.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. That to me, I'm like, oh, that's a different way of looking at it. You're using what you've normally been afraid of to an advantage. Because her friend was like, that guy came up and goes, "Oh, are you the ones with the cat? I'll take him." And she immediately walks up and goes, "No, not
As
you.
soon as I saw him, I'm like, not. I was like, absolutely not.
Yeah, not you." But then you see what came out from him, and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, no, not him.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, I don't. I was like, I don't like your face.
Yeah,
No, you're not getting my cat. And then
not you."
she saw, then she saw what was inside of him. I'm like, yes, definitely not.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, mm-mm. So even her friend was just like, "Are you sure not him?" And then we're all like, I'm sure everyone sitting there was like, "No, no, do not give him that cat. No, sir, no." But then you
Yeah.
see the other one, and I'm like, now they've opened the door to say not every spirit that you see is going to be like some form of just bad or evil or just fucked up looking.
Yeah.
Because she saw the two, essentially his guardian angels, the two cats, the ones I'm sure
Yeah.
he took care of. He treated them like family, and so when they died, they've basically been watching over him.
Yes.
And so she knew that the only reason, like, he may look like some, like, basically Yakuza guy or something like
Yeah.
that.
He straight up looked like former Yakuza.
Yeah. And I think the reason why he probably saw the cat and maybe had some welled up emotion from his previous ones. Like he probably saw the girl's post and was just like, wanting to go and get the cat from her or whatever. But then
Yeah.
when he saw it, he kind of had one of those just like probably welled up emotions. And he also seemed like one of those kind of awkward, kind of social awkward kind of guys too.
Yeah.
So that coupled with it was the reason why it was like he just kind of stood there dumbfounded. And plus she was kind of acting all afraid of him and everything, which I'm sure
Yeah.
he's probably used to and everything.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, and then she gives it to him, and you see those two guardian angel cats come out, And she goes, "Here, you take him." And he's like, "I know you'll take care of him." "Yes, I will." And I'm like, that is just God. After feeling such like darkness and depression from watching all of the shit that she has to go through, like that was such a warm-hearted, like feel good moment that I was just genuinely like, wow. So things like that, I'm just like, all right, I see. Like I've said before, this is definitely a slice of life anime,
Yes.
but this is a slice of life I can get into because it's not just seeing someone like every day doing their day-to-day life. No, this is seeing someone who is different in a specific way having to go through their everyday life to where it's
Yes.
one of those situations where you look at it and go, man, I take these things for granted, but shit, that's terrifying. Like going on a bus, I'm like, what would you do if you just on the bus? Like, when's it going to be a point where there's going to be a spirit, a ghost, or something that's going to come up to her and be 100% normal? Like, she's not going to know from the get go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
But then, like, have you caught up with everything on it?
I am on episode 3, right when uh the beads exploded. The superpower. These
Okay.
are from back in my prime. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh no.
Yeah. Okay. There's something that it's, man. I legit at the end, it was that episode or the one after that. I don't remember. I legit had to go and rewatch just to see how it panned out because it fucked with my head, man. It legit fucked with my head to where I'm sitting here going, did I really? Was that conversation not what I thought it was? Wait, no. No, it couldn't have been. Really? Was that really? Seriously, I'm sure you watch it up. You watch that part and you tell me when you get to it, because I guarantee you're gonna look at it and be like, "Holy shit!" Like, holy shit!
I'm just like, I'm gonna have to go through some more of this.
It's legit good, man. It's legit. Like
I can feel it.
I have not done that sort of thing with an anime where I had to go back and be like, "Wait," because it okay, in the same sense as was it School Days?
Uh-huh.
The zombie school one? Like, it fucked with me that bad.
Okay.
It fucked with me that bad where I just went, "No. Really? Wait, no."
Okay. This is exactly what I wished for, and I'm kind of sorry I wished for it. Because every time there's been a new season, like
Mhm.
especially in the fall, where they're like, "Hey, we got some spooky anime for you," and it's like Boogie Pop Phantom, where it's like super duper slow paced,
Yeah.
or it's like every character is a jerk and it's super duper violent and bloody, and I'm just like, I can't do anything with this. This show hits right where it needs to hit, and I'm
Mhm.
like, I can't stop watching and I don't want to keep watching.
It's legit good. It is
So
legitimately like this if I had to make a tier list out of animes from this season, like this would legit be top tier.
yeah. So
Cuz it is so nerve-wracking, but at the same time it is so intriguing, and they made the main character like, okay, here's the thing. When you have a character like this who is constantly put in danger, who is constantly in the point where it's a life or death situation, you have to make it to where the character is at least agreeable, if not likable.
Yeah.
She's likable.
Yes.
Like, I feel for her every single time. I'm like, oh God, no. Don't ask her to reach up and get your phone.
I
No,
know. She's like,
for the love of
take my
God.
phone. No, leave it. Just
Leave
buy a
it.
new one.
Just buy a new one. It's fine. Just forward all your calls to me. I'm fine. I take it. Don't worry about it. But it's like you can't make up excuses like that because they're listening. So unless there is a legitimate reason why you cannot do something, they're gonna know that you know they're there.
And when they were talking to the fortune teller lady, she was like, um, what they said, she said something that worried her friend, and she's like, what do you mean that there's something like dangerous around you? She's like, nah, it's nothing. And she's like, but the lady said that you got to be careful. She's like,
He's
no,
like, no, it's nothing.
it's nothing.
Yeah.
I'm like, shut up, just go.
But see, then the fortune teller knew. She's like, oh, she knows.
Yeah.
She knows. She immediately knew. She's like, no, she knows.
Like, no, it's fine. I said it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, no, I don't want to deal with this right now. Just give me something to protect myself with.
That thing is like, it's itchy.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. I wanna know what happened with that sorcerer. Because they just cut away and she was gone. Like they were gone. So I'm like,
You also know there's something going on with that blonde hair chick too.
I'm mad at her because I feel like she could do something. And she's like, not yet. And I'm like, help me.
Yeah. I don't know if she can do something or if she's stuck in the same boat.
I feel okay. At this moment right now, I feel like she can because she's acting like she knows something. And I'm sitting there like, help me. Quit walking away.
Yeah.
Like,
I like the fact that though they have the orange haired girl, her friend, as like the clueless, like
saint.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and apparently there's something around her that's causing the creatures to be attracted to.
Yeah. Yeah.
But she's protected. That just means that those around her, though, who aren't like our main character, are having problems.
Yeah. Yeah. This is one of the best shows of the season. It is super anxiety inducing. And
if you played Phasmophobia and enjoy that experience, watch this anime. You'll have about the same sort of anxiety levels involved.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So oh. Yes, this is a very, very great show. Definitely watch it if you like a little taste of horror.
Yeah, they picked the absolute best time to release this one.
Yeah. So yeah, I can't wait to get to more of it. Well, I can wait. I can wait, but I will wait just for the same reason of like the witch, and I want to make sure that she's okay. I really want to make sure that this main character is okay.
Mirko?
Yeah, because
yeah, I hope she gets I hope she gets this under control in some way, shape, or form. Yes. Like obviously it's not going away as much as we'd like for it to. It's not going away. I just hope that she gets it under control.
And it sucks because it's like before I was like, maybe it won't happen that often. Actually, at first I was like, you need to go see an exorcist. Stat. Like, you need to go now. And she didn't. And I'm like, maybe it won't happen that often. And then it started happening more often. And I'm
But
like,
you realize though, like the very first episode, they didn't show the things, but she saw them all over.
mm-hmm.
Like when she was in the classroom and the teacher was teaching and she was looking out the window, she saw one down there.
Okay.
She saw it moving in a ball, but
Oh,
to us,
yeah.
we didn't see anything. The only thing that they showed us after the fact was the ball coming to a stop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was all they showed us.
Yeah. So now I'm like, yeah, I was like, you need to go see Exorcist. And then me, I'm like, maybe it won't happen that often. It's happening more. And then she finally goes to somebody who has like some kind of spiritual power. And like, it didn't help. I'm like, okay, I've lost all options and I have no hope. And just gonna wait around for hopefully something good. So yeah, I'm like, I have no more ideas to suggest, and I'm just strapped into this roller coaster, and I'm like, hopefully it doesn't crash.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, hopefully she can get some control over this because, goddamn, she needs a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Like I could tell, like after a while, I'm like, oh, that's why she's tired all the time because she's constantly stressed out, seeing all of these horrifying monster creations in front of her, and trying to choke back all of her responses to them.
Oh, I thought she was just being rude to her brother.
No,
when when her brother got out of the shower and he's like, "Hey, the sinks like the tub stopped up," and she's like, "No, it's not." And then just he's like, "Maybe it's your hair." She's like, "No, it's not." And then just moved. Like they just started watching TV. I was like, "That was rude." And I'm like, "Oh, there's probably a fucking monster in it."
that's why she said
Okay,
that. That's why
okay.
she said that.
Oh my god, they are so subtle at the beginning of the series.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, this
Like
show
I
is
said, there were so many references that they did not show you until the bus scene and then the bathroom scene.
ah,
Like they were setting up that bathroom scene for like since the beginning.
yeah,
She kept seeing the handprint and thought it was her brother. And the minute I saw it, I'm like, "Oh no, that's not your brother.
yeah.
That handprint's too big to be your brother. You're deluding yourself and thinking it's your brother. You know what it is.
Well, I
You
was
just don't
thinking
want to think
maybe
what it is."
I think maybe she was saying, "Oh, my brother," and like wiped it off to like because she was talking to one of the things.
No, no, I think she legit like was deluding herself because then when she finally saw it and saw what it did, like the look of like the wide-eyed look that appeared on her face, that was complete shock.
Okay.
That was complete shock.
This show. All right.
Hmm. Oh yeah. So
All right. The third show that was brought up to the beginning is I'm gonna like show everything until I get to it, and it's like here we go. The Night Beyond the Tri-Cornered Window.
okay, so this is the first BL anime I have watched. Um, I'm not 100. I don't know. Like I'm not so prudish. I'm not so ignorant of things to not understand like certain aspects of certain people's characteristics or personas are a certain way, and they're more conducive and for certain things and whatnot. But the main character, like I feel like the main character. eh, See again, and when it comes to animes, I put myself in the same situations, and I think to myself, what would I do in these situations? Like I invest my own thought process in thinking about what would currently happen or what I would do. And though I agree that you know taking out these specters, ghosts, whatever, and helping solve like murder cases. Yes, that is all very, worthwhile or whatnot and whatnot. But the way it happens and the way it goes about, I sort of feel like if I were the main character, I'd be like, okay, dude, stranger danger, boundaries. You're crossing all sorts of boundaries. You need to back the frick off. I don't appreciate it. I don't like it. I mean, I don't care how good it feels. No. Just no.
So
Now, is this sort of like pushiness or sort of like I mean, I guess for a better lack of word, like dumb sub behavior, is this like characteristic of BL anime that I've not really thought about before?
so I don't know this genre very well,
Okay.
and I don't know
I mean, I
this
know
like
you've gone into at least one other one before, so I didn't know
yeah,
if it
yeah,
had
yeah. So
a
yeah,
similar
so
feel to you in that regards.
so there's two that I'll mention. So there's one for this genre, I don't know the genre very well. For this subject matter, I don't approach it all that often. Um, and or part of the subject matter, I don't really approach all that often. There's two BL shows that I've watched. One I didn't know was a BL because I thought the other character was a girl. Uh, but one was number six.
Hmm.
There were two male characters, and then towards the end, they started forming a relationship. I think I can't remember. I watched it like maybe 5, 10 years ago. And back when we used to work together, I was like, "Oh, this show's cool." And like I've talked about this show on the podcast like many times before, and everybody else was like, "This is BL." I'm like, "What? What do you mean? They're like just doing this other stuff, and like they're just going on an adventure." And then like the very next episode, they started dancing and then they kissed. I'm like, "Oh, I, I missed all of the signals, just like I missed all that badly animated food on the table." So I'm like, yeah, I didn't know in that one, and I'm like whatever, you love who you love, whatever. Um, so the other show that is a BL show that I've watched was Gravitation,
Hmm.
and one of the characters had pink hair, and I thought it was a girl that just had a deep voice, and until like an elevator scene happened or something like that, and I was like, oh, well, never mind then. This this show is more akin to that kind of relationship.
Hmm.
I would say like these detective style shows that are more serious and more adult themed instead of like kitty silly types of
Hmm.
shows. Um, just that genre to like to begin with, I'm like it. I have a very high bar for me to even get past the first episode, even if like no matter what the characters are like or anything like that. I'm like it has to have something amazing for me to stick around. And then even if I stick around past the first episode, they gotta keep me interested, and then or else I'll fall asleep. This show does not reach that bar for me,
Hmm.
and I started dozing off part of the way through it. Characters wise, um, I'd say the blind guy, he is
Hmm.
very aggressive. He's
Oh,
aggressive.
he is so aggressive.
Yes, he is just as aggressive as what I remember from Gravitation. And then the other guy, he is he doesn't know himself that well.
Hmm.
And once the guy pushes him in a certain direction, he realizes that he wants to explore himself in such words or something like that.
And
And
like, I have no issue with that. The problem that I have is like, it's like, okay, I get it. If you don't know as much about yourself and that sort of way, and you wanted to go down that rabbit hole, hey, go down that rabbit hole. Explore yourself, understand yourself, know what it is that you want or how you like it, what you like. whatever. But obviously, there are certain ways where you look at it and go, like, he met up with, and I think it was what you meant before, he met up with a fortune teller because one of his friends at work said there was a fortune teller that they weren't sure about whether or not they were legit. So he went and investigated them. And it seems like this is going to be, in that sense, a triangle between the three of them because the fortune teller seems to have taken an interest in him as well. But I kind of feel like the fortune teller has is better for him in that regards.
Is the fortune teller a guy?
Yeah.
Okay, I was talking about it was
Oh,
two
okay.
lady fortune tellers that I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
only seen the first episode on this one.
so but it was more like he actually gave him, room, understanding, would actually explain what it is that he was doing, why he was doing it, what he was doing it for, and would not, and actually kind of, instead of forcing his way into certain situations, would allow the main character to, join together and meet him halfway. And I'm like, way better, way better, so much better. Go be with this guy. Go do whatever you gotta do with this guy. Leave the other guy the frick alone. Because even at one point, he tells him he does something to him, and he notices, the fortune teller notices that he has something on him, and essentially he's been marked. He's been tagged, essentially, to where the other dude knows where he is at all times.
Okay.
And I'm like, this would send all sorts of red flags up for me. I'd be like, all right, first off, no. Second off, no, no. Third off, hell no. You need to get this shit off of me, and then we ain't even seen each other ever again.
Yeah.
See, I just feel like this propagates a certain stereotype in regards to that, and I think it also perpetuates a unhealthy viewpoint on relationships, no matter if it's between a woman and a guy and a guy, a girl and a girl, like whatever it is. Like none of this behavior should ever be accepted, whether they're normal circumstances, whether they're exercising spirits, ghosts, and all that, or whether they're from some alien. Like it, no, it just none of it should ever be acceptable. And I
Yeah.
feel like he should, but I feel like this is not uncommon. I feel like this is actually, there are situations in which this does occur, even in real life, and it just really just makes me more upset and angry at him, the blonde-haired guy, and on for taking advantage of him, and then the main character for just allowing it to happen.
Yeah.
That's my problem. That is legitimately my only freaking problem. Like I can handle all of the, you know, touching, kissing, remarks, whatever. I can handle all that. I'm old enough. I don't care about that. It's fine. It's whatever. It is what it is. But the fact that their personalities, I feel like if I was in this world, I would walk up to the blonde-haired dude and beat the ever-loving shit out of him for doing what it is that he's doing. Because he is taking so much, he's going so far, taking so much for granted with him, and just using and abusing him to the point now where I was at when I stopped watching, he's essentially basically made him his quote unquote possession, is what he is to him. And I'm like, hell no. Hell freaking no.
Yeah. Um.
So
Uh, yeah. There's a huge like there's a consent thing,
there is.
and there's
But
also
like you said though, like you said, he is trying to he's feeling himself out. He doesn't know about himself, so he's trying to understand himself. And I feel like the blonde guy sees this and is just taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah. Anybody who takes advantage of another person, regardless the gender, regardless of anything, that's wrong,
No, it
and
is.
that should not be tolerated. Especially if the person doesn't know that they're being taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Even if it's like, and it's, I don't know, it's like even fuzzy to judge whether like someone with not much experience, whether it's age or like actual experience, knowing where that line of consent is, because it's like
Hmm.
you could ask a 10-year-old, be like, hey, can I do this? And they're like, sure. They don't understand and they don't know better.
Yeah.
You could ask somebody who's 15, 18, 21, and they're like, sure. But if they don't completely understand, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, they gave consent, but that it still may be wrong in certain ways,
Yeah.
especially if the other person's taking advantage. So,
And
like, even,
he knows that. He obviously knows that because he's already gotten it into his mind where he thinks views him as a more of an object than an actual person.
yeah, and like even from the first episode with like the two or three things that they like exercised, I'm like, he was very aggressive and very pushy. And
Yep.
I'm like, I no, I disapprove
Yeah.
of his actions. And I'm like,
No, totally. I have no issue with everything that they're doing. The way that he goes about exercising, if that's the way you got to do it, hey, that's the way you got to do it. It's an interesting take on it. And the fact that he uses it as like a psychic connection and for that way, like even to a point where he had to touch him. See, God, again, his personality, like he goes he gets contracted by a police officer to try to investigate a homicide that had become a cold case essentially. um and they couldn't figure out where the body had been, or bodies essentially, because it was parts of different bodies where they were at. And they couldn't get the information because the guy was dead. But they wanted to make sure that more evidence, make sure they had the right guy, all this, that, and the other thing. Well,
yeah,
they track it down using spirits, and they finally find the spirit of one, or the actual one of the women that had been killed, and through all this. So they find the body, and now obviously the main character, is very not accustomed to all this stuff. So like he would get sick from seeing this. So the blonde-haired guy was with him, and essentially by touching him, made a connection to where he was giving him. It almost made it seem surreal for him in a sense. So it wasn't like he was there for it almost.
yeah,
So
it's kind
he
of like
was
a
able to
sedative or something.
kind of take himself out of it a little bit. So that way he didn't, like, the impact didn't hit him about what he was currently seeing as hard as it would have otherwise.
Yeah,
But
seeing, even smelling.
when he let go of him, the full height of it hit, and he immediately puked. But here's the thing: like with the fortune teller that they find later on, uses him to help with another thing as well. He was like holding his arm or holding his hand essentially, and making the connection, going, okay, here's what this is. What with the blonde haired guy, he had him by the neck, the back of the neck.
Like he was carrying a dog or something.
Like, that's aggressive.
Yeah,
That's super aggressive. And I don't necessarily appreciate how that is portrayed, because again, I would think about it and be like, man, that should never ever happen. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, but I'm almost 100% positive there is somewhere, someplace, sometime, somewhen that is happening or has happened in real life to somebody. And I'm like, I almost feel like this is again something that is perpetuating that sort of stereotype, or sort of that aggressiveness in some things, and it's making it seem more like, oh, this is acceptable because yada yada yada, or this is okay, yada yada yada. And you look at it and go, It's not okay. It is not okay.
I feel like the cop even knew that it was not okay, and he thought that it would be better for the guy to just experience the whole situation instead of being held by the neck.
Yeah.
So he was kind of like, yeah, just let him do that. Just kind of like, just get your hands off his neck. And he's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
It just it the whole situation, the whole aspect of it just hit me so wrong and just made me feel like it's like I get it, anime, any sort of media is almost a mirror to life or whatever. But that's kind of why I wanted to get your take on it and just be like, since this is my first go through with a BL anime, I wanted to be like, okay, is this stereotypical or is this more than what was usually experienced in something like this? Because I mean, I have a problem with it either way, but at least I would know if this was something above the norm. Maybe this is just their interpretation or something they did. But if this is like a stereotypical and like constant viewpoint on this, my God, I feel like that needs to change.
yeah. I would say that the blonde haired guy is a possessive, abusive, and aggressive, possessive, and abusive character, and I hope that that type of character is not a standard type of character in BL series, if
Yeah,
in that genre.
yeah.
Um,
I honestly hope so too, because I feel like that just sets a precedence that I feel like is unhealthy.
yeah,
So
yeah. This is it's like the third show that we were like, don't watch this. The
yeah,
characters suck.
characters suck. And which is sad too, because the premise is good. Like the storyline and the premise behind it, like taking that and that out of the equation and everything, I enjoyed the whole premise behind it. The fact that he was exercising spirits and whatnot, and then the fact that he got contracted by the police to help them with a cold case, and obviously this wasn't the first time they'd done it because they knew each other. I'm like, I'm all about all this. This is all cool. And even the way he does it, I'm okay with. It's different. It's a bit weird, but you know what? I get it. It's a psychic connection that they're doing something with, and it's like they basically meld each other and gave a psychic blast to just exorcise the demon or exorcise the spirit or whatever and get it the hell out of there. And it's not like any of the ones that we've seen in so far have been good ones. They've all been rather horrific or maybe not on par as like our last anime or whatever, but it's still pretty bad, but just if nothing else, God, I would almost want to watch Bahamut
and that's saying something.
more than I would want to continue watching this just because of that. Just because of that. I just it makes me feel wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of like that one show where it's like, if I continue to watch that one show, I feel like I am abusing her as well.
Hmm.
That evil magic, the dark magical girl show. Yeah. So it's like,
Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah. So I'm like, with this show, I'm like, I had to stop at episode one. I'm like, I don't like him. I don't like this. I don't want to see anymore. So I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and it was putting me to sleep because it's not my genre. So I'm like,
And
is
I forget. I forget. Did this one have a warning at the beginning of it?
no, not that I saw.
It should.
I'll,
It should.
yeah,
They need to take the warning off of Spice
yeah,
and
because that
put
one
it on
doesn't
this one.
that one doesn't need it yet so far.
And put it on this one. This is way worse in so many ways, and I feel like it needs to have a warning put onto it. It just it this is the only reason why I want to talk about it because I feel like it needs to be said. It needs to be put out there. and it needs to be mentioned that this behavior and this point of view that they've perpetuated on this, it needs to be called out and it needs to be called for what it is, which is wrong. You know, I don't care if you have those tendencies or if you're that type of person or what. You need to recognize in yourself and in others when this behavior is being given and predominant and snip it in the bud. So everything else about this damn show was good. Everything else about this damn show was good. You know, the animation's great, storyline's great, dialogue's great. Like I have no issues at all with anything else in this story. I just cannot freaking stand that goddamn blonde-haired guy. And I feel like I want to beat the crap out of him, and I want to take the other one aside, smack him upside the head, and go, "Stop it! Stop letting him do that to you. You know this is wrong. Stop it." So that's all
Yeah,
I have to say on that.
yeah. Any type of abuse is wrong.
Agreed.
All right. So back to our regularly scheduled show in alphabetical order, except for the two because of the wrong season. The first show we're gonna be talking about, or the next show we're gonna be talking about, is Blade Runner: Black Lotus.
Where was this on? Was this on? Is it on Crunchyroll?
Animation.
Oh, Funimation. Okay. I
Yes.
was mildly curious about this one, but
Oh
I
wait,
didn't pick it up.
maybe it's on both. Maybe it's on Crunchyroll. Is that the synopsis says it's Crunchyroll, so maybe it's on Crunchyroll. I don't remember
Anyways,
exactly, but
how many
yeah,
episodes have you watched?
everything I've watched one episode except for those first three shows we just talked about.
Okay.
Um, this show's good.
It looked good.
Yes. If there was any CG show that I would promote to you, I would say watch this one.
Okay.
It is on the caliber of production that you like.
I
And
had legit forgot about this one, honestly. I like
yeah,
legitimately.
and I wish I knew the movie so I could see some of the references
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know exactly what's going on. So basically, what happened in the first episode is the main girl, she wakes up on the back of a truck, and she
Mm-hmm.
has this piece of equipment that's with her. It looks like a big DSLR with like a bunch of other stuff attached to it, um, but it doesn't have a lens, so I don't think it's a camera. And then there's a screen on it, and it says like needs key or needs code or something. She needs something to be able to get into it. Um, she wakes up, she has amnesia, she doesn't know her name, she doesn't know why she's on the back of that truck, and basically the first episode is kind of like a big loop around to like of her recovering her memory and finding out that she can fight and helping this one guy because she needs him to help her get into the device. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know how many episodes it is, but it took the pace of a feature film,
Mm-hmm.
but a bit slower. So um, probably like the pace of like the nowadays TV series that come out on like Netflix, Hulu, HBO, and all that kind of stuff. So it's like super. It's like a high budget animated show,
Mm.
and yeah, um, there's not really much to say about it other than that because I don't know what's going on.
Gotcha.
uh, but yeah, she runs into these like thugs like three times and kicks their butt all three times. Um, and it like the first episode kind of played out like a movie. It had its own little arc. It's like I woke up. I don't know who I am. I'm going to the city. Uh, I need to get into this thing. Or it's like, this thing won't let me in. So I guess I need to get into it. And then you wander around the city and like somebody sees that you're holding something. So they come after you. You fight them, get beat up a little bit, then realize that you can fight and then kick their butts. They run off. Then you go somewhere, they attack you again. And then you find a guy who can help you figure out this device that you have. You figured out your name by now. And he tells you that he can't get into it, but he has a friend that can help you get into it. So you're like, cool, I needed that. And he's like, but I need something out of this. So you can either pay me or let me hold on to this thing. And she's like, I don't have any money. He's like, okay, well, there's nothing you can give me. And he's like, how about I stop them thugs from like attacking you? And he's like, sure, but I'll take this. And if you don't make it back, I'm just gonna keep it. And she's like, okay. She like puts on some stuff that she got from him, pulled out a sword, and like goes and beats the bad guys. And it's like, movie over. And it's like, yeah, that was a great movie. So, yeah, I feel like this is gonna be very, very good. It has the caliber of like a Ghost in the Shell movie. So, yeah, I highly recommend it.
I will definitely check it out then.
Um, the next show we're going to be talking about is Build Divide Code Black.
See, I saw this one and I also wasn't sure about it.
So,
did we even talk about this one? Because I don't even recognize it.
No, I had to make a picture for it, and it's like it's borderline. There's some shows that I was like, oh, this is just a 5-minute show. Never mind, I'm not gonna talk about it. This one was like,
was this one of those shorts?
No,
Okay.
It's a card fighting show.
No.
And I don't like card fighting shows, or at least the ones that I've seen.
I mean, legitimately, the only one I've ever seen is Yu-Gi-Oh! So.
Yeah, and I'm like, there's one that I started and I really want to get into it. I just, for some reason, never remember. And this one, I feel like I should have known that it was like a card fighting show because it's like, it says build in the name because you build a deck. And I'm like, but me, I saw the things who I thought were characters in the top of the picture. And I was like, oh, those look cool.
Yeah, that's not who. That's who these bottom ones are, aren't they?
No, it's what they summoned on the cards.
Okay.
Gotcha, and I was like, oh, I thought she was a character I get to follow around and watch go through stuff and fight stuff. And she's just standing there until like he says, okay, now attack. And she's like, ah, and then she goes and stands there again. And I'm like, no.
Wow.
So I think it's based on a real game because the cards were very detailed and there was a lot of information that like the girl to his left, like she knows a lot about the game. And basically the first episode is stuff and then she meets up with him and then it's like, let's battle. And then I can't remember why she said let's battle. I'm like,
I'm sorry, I just can't. It's time to duel. Oh god.
So he actually has amnesia, and like something later on in the battle like triggers. But at the beginning, she's like, "And this is how you battle," and she's like, basically the whole first episode is a tutorial. They're like, this game has a lot of steps. And if you can just sit through the first episode, if you already know how to play this game, just skip to the second episode. But for the new guys, let me explain the rules. And she goes through all the rules and like she's like, yeah, you got to do this and pull up the heads up display or whatever. And then she's like, yeah, these things mean. Well, she doesn't direct like exactly say it's a tutorial, but she talks about them. So like, there's these like 8 stars, and like the top ones are something, and the bottom one's your other stuff. And she does a thing, and one of them blows up, and then he does a thing, and another blows up, and then she does something different, and then a skull appears, and she's like, "That's bad," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Uh-huh." And then she's like, and then you do the summoning thing, and then I'm like, "Uh-huh." And then she's like, and then I'm gonna do this and this big giant thing, and like the whole world changes, and I'm like, "You're cheating. He doesn't know how to play. Why are you taking out this big evil stuff?" I'm like, "That's not fair." And then like she attacks, and then that like jogs his memory, and he's like, "Oh yeah," and he pulls up his hood and puts across his thing, and then he's like starts pulling out, and he's like, "Here's my giant world thing," and he's like, I'm like, "Oh, you had amnesia." Okay. And then they like battle, and then he wins, and then she's like, "Ah, good job," and then the episode's over, and I'm like, "I'm never watching this again."
Oh shit.
That's Build Divide. It's a card fighting show. If you play the game, it's probably like the game. I don't know. If you don't like card games, don't watch the show because I was bored. Next show.
Wow, we just speed running through that one there.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I was like, it's like I walked into a room. I'm like, oh, this is the other room. And I try to turn around, and the door is locked. I'm like, or the door's closed. And I'm like, I can't get out. And they're like, no, you can. You just turn the show off and move on. And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. And I'm like, and then the show was over. And I was like,
Okay, I can leave now. The door open. I'm good.
yeah. So I was like, okay, now I can leave. But for a while, I was stuck. And I'm like, I guess I'm being entertained. I'm not mad. And then the show was over. And I'm like, okay, moving on. So, yeah. The next show we're going to talk about is Isekai Shokudo 2, or Restaurant to Another World 2.
So I may be just about as quick as you were with your last one on this one. Not because it's bad. It's not bad. Okay. I've already talked about the first season to this show. And I will say, if you've watched the first season of the show and you like the first season of the show, buckle up, here's some more. So, I mean, the basic premise of this show is that on every Sunday he closes shop and a door will appear in an alternate fantasy world at random locations, and anyone who walks in can basically, as long as they have some form of money that he can accept, can order food. And that's pretty much the show. He does some, like, he'll make some specialty items, or you'll see some creative little, desserts or different types of foods and stuff like that. He has essentially a dragon and a demon as his waitresses during these time frames, which is who you see in the picture there. Um, and
Okay.
yeah, so ironically enough, the one in black is the dragon, and the one with the horns is the demon.
I had that opposite.
I figured that was probably what you were thinking. I figured that was probably what you were thinking. That's why I was like, let me make sure you understand that. The one in black is actually, I guess. See, here's the reason why I continue watching the show. Is there is lore that they have created behind this. Like, there is a story here. There is a dragon, a red dragon, that in the first episode of the first season you see, who essentially covets this restaurant, this door that she has in order to go, and basically considers it part of her treasure.
Okay.
But she knows of this other one, which one that's covered in black is a black dragon, and the story behind her is that during a war that they had, she is essentially the dragon of death. and like has almost like a cloud of miasma around her almost at all times. And because of that, she literally sequestered herself on the moon on her universe in order not to kill things.
Okay.
But because of how she is able to go through some means to go and basically transform herself into a humanoid sort of situation, and can actually kind of live a somewhat normal life over every once a week in this restaurant, which is why she's there, not because she needs to be, but because it's essentially the only actual contact with any other living creature that she's able to have.
Okay.
I'm like, that's interesting. Can we go more into that? And they're like, hey, he's making a souffle. And I'm like, cool. What's the dragon lady doing over there? I want to hear more about her. And then one episode, like, she only talks telepathically, because to hear her actual voice would be bad.
Okay.
It would cause damage.
Okay.
So there was one episode where there was essentially, I think, two elves that came in on the first season, and they ended up trying something that would have, like, it would have been bad had they actually managed to do what they were trying to do. But she kind of intervened, and it was with her and the help of the demon that they were able to stop them from doing what they were doing. And it was almost to a point where the dragon was about to speak, and everyone was like, oh God, no, don't do that. No, God, no, don't do that. Don't do that. And I'm just sitting here going, and then you guys just go back to cooking. What the hell? Can can we understand the whole circumference of what's going on over here? You're like, this is like if there was like, this is almost like Goblin Slayer, except not even as cool. Because it's like you have the story in Goblin Slayer of the hero defeating the demon, but they're like, hey, there's a lot of cool shit going on over here with the demon lord and the hero saving the day, killing the demon lord, and all that other stuff. We're not going to pay attention to that. We're going to show you that in like little snippets here and there. But what we are going to show you is the guy killing some goblins, which they managed to do well. But I feel like they're doing that here too. They're like, hey, there's this other world with like demons and dragons and like all sorts of crazy stuff going on here. But we're going to show someone coming in for a bowl of ramen. And I'm like, can we get back to the other world, please? I'd really like to see that.
Somebody comes in from a battle, they're like, oh my God, you wouldn't have believed what I've gotten through.
Yeah.
I'm so tired. Can I have a bowl of ramen?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, let me just make you some ramen. Like,
Basically.
no, what happened? Do you need help? Can I look?
How bad was the death toll? Where was the battle take place? The scorched earth now? I mean, what's going on? You would not believe how bad that went, man. I barely made it out of there alive. So many died. But anyways, this ramen's delicious.
Barely made it by the skin of my teeth, and now I'm gonna sink my teeth into this sandwich.
Essentially, you're not wrong. I'm like, you're like the biggest freaking tease that I've ever goddamn seen. You're like the rapper to like a one of those the bento box like deals. You're like, oh, that looks real pretty, but you're like, can I get the bento inside? They're like, no, you get the wrapper. Like, no, that's wrong.
It's the really cool wrapper.
It's really cool though. I'm like, oh God, no.
I guess
so. Anyways, I don't necessarily have. It's not bad by any sense of the means. The characters are interesting. The dialogue is good. Food always looks good. If they were gonna focus so much on the food, I almost wish they'd just keep us back in the kitchen and showing how the chef's preparing the food, and that'd be like, oh, that's cool. Oh,
Yeah,
that's interesting or whatnot. And
yeah.
then but then they're like, this is like a situation where they have too many things going on at the same time and they don't know what to focus on. Their priorities are a little shifted in certain situations. So it's like I almost want to be like it takes some of the parts from Food Wars and some of the parts from essentially name an isekai anime or whatever, and they're like, we're gonna just meld them together. And I'm like, that's cool and all, but you're missing like the best parts of each of those.
Mhm. It's you know how they every now and then they'll take a show and then make like a silly spin-off. Like they're like
Mm-hmm.
Isekai game show, and they're like, you already know these stories, these characters' stories. Now they've been pulled from their stories, and we're only going to concentrate on this one thing that's not their stories. Don't ask me to tell their story. All right, first up.
Yep. 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 That's
Yeah,
essentially what this is. That's essentially what this is.
yeah.
So I'd have high hopes for this, and I probably will just because they are such a damn tease, and I want to see if they actually go further into certain aspects that don't necessarily directly correlate with this involvement with
Mm.
this restaurant. Like, give one of the characters that you've introduced. Like they've introduced so many characters. I'm like, give one of your characters. I don't care. Pick one. All of them seem fantastic. Give me one of their stories, even if you have to like end it after a 2 or 3 like episode arc, and just be like, and have them actually telling their like end it with them in the restaurant telling the story to the cook or the one of the waitresses or whatever. But give me that. Then I'd be like, then you could end it with him enjoying a parfait or some other thing, I'd be cool with it.
What they could do is they could start the episode like in a panic because the chef is missing, and like
Give us that.
yeah,
Maybe he got kidnapped by one of
by
the
one of the
people.
bad guys of one of the
Yeah.
other characters, and
Yeah.
they're forced to tell the story.
Yeah. 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 You know, somebody walks into the thing for the first time and they're like, has he ever left? And they're like, oh, he didn't leave, but he did get kidnapped by somebody and we had to go and then go into that flashback. Let's see that happen. Like, give us the reasoning behind it. I would love the shit out of that. Or the guy had gotten the whole restaurant from his dad. Let's hear about the dad. Let's hear about adventures that he went on, or the fact that the whole purpose behind this whole thing. But we're given no clues about why this door goes and sees other dimensions and in fantasy worlds and just randomly appears only on Sunday at every single spot like this. And we're just everyone comes in, everyone just randomly stumbles upon this door and then goes in and gets amazed by the fact that they can order all these wonderful pieces of food, and then they're happy and they're like, all right, and we'll come back next week for another character that walks in, has some amazing backstory that we'll only hint at and never tell you about, and orders more food. God, because like they even like had the first episode of the second season where they're like, "Hey, all these characters that you saw in the first season, hey, they're all here enjoying food. Remember this guy? Remember this guy? Remember this guy? Remember this guy?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what the fuck is his backstory? Show me something. Why does he continue to come back here? I want to know.
What does he do on Monday?
Yeah, we only see him on Sunday. What about Monday through freaking Saturday? Hell, I'll say Monday through Friday. Maybe he takes Saturdays off and just chills at home. I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah. Good. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Demon Slayer Season 2.
I'm mad.
I've I've only seen the first episode, but are you mad because this is just the movie?
Yep.
I kept asking that question, like through the whole thing. Have you seen the movie?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing.
They're doing a Dragon Ball Super.
I didn't realize that's what this was, even though it does say the train arc. Like, I get it. It does say that. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it was referencing that. I didn't know that. So I get told from the last time we did podcast that we're like, hey, Demon Slayer season 2. And I'm like, oh, sweet. I got to go see it. Certainly busy today. I'm like, sweet, I got to go see it. And then I'm like, but then everyone was like, hey, there was a movie that came out. I'm like, I haven't seen the movie. Yeah. And then they're like, hey, it's streaming on freaking Funimation. And I'm like, I'm there. I'm going to go watch the movie and see all that. So I don't want to miss a goddamn thing. I want to see it all. And I watch it the same day, like that second season, first episode came out. I watch it that Sunday, the movie, and immediately go into the first episode. And then I'm sitting here going, hold on. I'll wait. Let me just go skip a little bit forward. Let me skip a little more forward. Okay, the episode's over with. Oh my god, what the fuck did I just watch? It's just okay, I get it. There was more things going on, and quite possibly what they did is they had the first season done and they didn't know whether or not they were going to do a second season, so they're just like, hey, there's a story here we wanted to set up. We set up this story. We want to tell this story. Let's at least get this part of it out of the way and whatnot. I get it. But god damn, is that such a gut check when you go to freaking watch it and you're just sitting here going like, yeah, I see like all the other things that they were doing during this time frame, or other little parts like, oh, they had to go get this, or they were doing that, or da 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 da. But I'm sitting here going, I know how this ends. I know where we're going.
So what? Did something happen on the train, and then the first 7 episodes of what's happening off the train?
Like, as far as
Are they repeating? Are they doing like Dragon Ball Z, like Dragon Ball Super, and then like repeating the exact movie?
No, they're not repeating it. They're basically taking pieces of what they like. They're like, we condensed this whole thing down to this movie. But there were little bits and pieces that were done previously, as far as how things were done, where things went, what we were doing during these little time frames, da 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 da. And I'm like, cool. But I know where this is going.
So then the movie, or like they took the first 7 episodes, Swiss cheesed it, and then took those pieces that were left and turned that into a movie?
Yeah.
So if you watch the first 7 episodes, then You'll get spoon fed the movie.
I guess I haven't gone back to it. I wanted more of it to come out for me to actually get a better idea about this, but after watching just the first part of it, I just was like, "Oh, I am just so upset right now."
So would I miss anything from the movie if I just watched the series?
As far as I can tell right now, no.
Okay. Because I was like, oh, maybe I should watch the movie, and now I'm like, oh, I'm glad I
No.
didn't watch the
No.
movie.
No.
That's kind of
No.
so. Dragon Ball Super did the same thing. Dragon Ball Super was like, hey, we're gonna come out with movie 18, 19, whatever number it was, and I'm like, the history with Dragon Ball Z movies was you do a side story, you do something where there's like non-series canon characters or villains or whatever, and you build a little side story. You throw like a bunch of money at it, and you make the best Dragon Ball Z looking thing out there. And then you go back to the mangas and you just follow that story. With Super, they're like, hey, we're gonna make a side thing. And then people are like, hey, you know what? Let's reuse all of that and put it in the first 9 episodes of that series. I'm like, I don't like
Yeah,
when
see,
series do that.
I'm looking right now at episode 5. I'm just like idly watching, like I'm looking at it's playing in the background, but I'm looking at the stills of episode 5 right now. All of this happened in the movie. Every last bit of it. Entire freaking thing. I feel like this is the movie all over again.
Did the movie look better?
No, look the same.
Okay.
Same freaking it's the same goddamn thing. It is legitimately the same goddamn thing. And I guarantee you, I know what 6 is going to be like. Because I just saw what they did up to that point. What's 6? 6 is going to be when. I'm not going to spoil that, but. Like, okay, they rehashed this. Got it. Yep, he got up. Yep. Mm-hmm. And this is when. This guy finally shows up. Correct. And they have their fight.
That's disappointing.
Yeah. So, you could do one of two things. From what I can see. And okay, so after episode 6, is that where that ends on episode 6? Wait, what does episode 6 end? Let me see. Hold on. Let me actually like stop it here and just be like, okay, where are we at in this? Okay. Yep. I know exactly how episode 7 is gonna go. And is that how many episodes are in this arc?
Yeah, they said first 7 or the TV version of the movie.
Yep. Yeah. You can either do yourself one of two things. You could watch all 7 episodes, or you could go watch the movie.
Okay.
Either way, you're gonna see the same goddamn thing. The same goddamn thing. Episode 5 has all the clips, nothing different. Episode 4, yep. That is all the same, nothing different. I think the only difference was episode 1, if I'm not mistaken. Might have had a few extra things that I thought, but episode 4 was all the same. Episode 3.
So 7 times 20 is what, 140? And that means that
Yep.
you would, there's like 50 minutes of extra.
Episode 3 is all the same. Yep. And episode 2. should be, yep, they meet. He does this. He thinks he won. And everyone's asleep. Yep. Was there even anything extra? I thought there was something extra in episode 1, but I could be wrong. Was there literally nothing? Was it just okay, no. This beginning part on episode 1 is different. That is not where. So at beginning of episode 1, they show the Hashira going to the train. Because the beginning of the movie where it picks up at is, hold on. Is it like,
I'm very disappointed. I'm like,
yeah, so it shows him going to the train. Oh, he got so many. Okay. The end of episode 1 is where the movie starts. Watch episode 1 to get context from that. Watch the movie, you're done.
and then start episode 8 with a
And then start
1 hour,
episode and then start at episode 8.
which is a 1 hour special.
Yeah. They literally took the movie, chopped it up, gave you a brief little like, hey, this is what was going on with the Flame Hashira when he was assigned the mission to go to this train and figure out what's going on, and then he got all these lunches and met up with this person that this said this, and then at the very end of it, you see one of the characters look outside the train as something hits it, and they realize it's the boar guy as he slammed his head up against it. And that's it. Then you're basically right there. It's the movie.
Why does this happen? This has happened twice on very good shows.
Yeah, I don't. I was super excited to hear that they had announced a second season to Demon Slayer. I was so excited because I absolutely love the anime. I have no issues with it whatsoever. Think it is a top tier anime.
How long
in
is season 2?
so many ways. Season 2?
It needs to be 24. It can't be
24.
12.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's 20.
I was like, it can't be 12.
No.
I'm like, come on, guys. Animate four new, but 5 new episodes, and the rest will be a
season
movie.
1. Yeah, actually, I was thinking it's 26 actually. 26 episodes.
Oh, it does say the first episode is the original.
Does it?
Yes. Why did they put this? Whoever wrote this one out of order. The first episode is anime original. Episodes 2 through 6 are the movie, and then episode 8 starts with a 1 hour special.
Watch episode 1, watch the movie, and then just wait for the rest of the episodes to come out. You're good.
Yeah, as far as first impressions, I don't really.
They should have had episode 1 as an OVA. They should have been like episode 1 OVA, then movie, then they should have announced season 2 starting with episode 8.
And just let it be 16 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you'd be fine.
Yeah.
Or if you're really going to go this route of having this on here, freaking get rid of the movie.
Yeah. And like, make up another story for the movie. It doesn't have to follow. The movies are side stories.
Yeah. If you want to make them canon, go for it. But, don't. It's
Don't
annoying.
reuse it for the series.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So, that's my 2 cents on that.
That was sad.
Hey, yeah.
Demon Slayer, you messed up.
Yeah.
One of the best shows coming out, one that we've raved about.
Mm-hmm.
You did not stick the launch. Like you
No.
tripped on the launch.
Maybe after this, maybe after episode 8, you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll check back in December to see to see how
Yeah.
they're doing.
I have no, and I mean, even episode 1, it was, even if it's an original episode, is still. I skimmed through it and I found nothing in it that I necessarily felt was important. So it's almost like they probably saw what they were doing in that episode and were like, "Do we really need this here? Nah, let's just skip it." I don't know. I never pretend to know the mechanical workings behind these sorts of things, but coming from a strictly, consumer standpoint, it's just wrong.
Yeah,
So,
like we've been through this twice so far. We've been through this with Dragon Ball Super, and we both were on the same page of I can't start this show because I've already seen the first 9 episodes.
mm-hmm.
And now this show is the exact same where
Yep.
we're like, Demon Slayer 2, we can't talk about it for initial impressions because it's in the movie already.
Yep.
So
Well, and you haven't seen the movie, so like I would love to talk about the movie, but you haven't seen the movie.
yeah, and I would love to talk about the first episode, but compared to the movie, it's nothing.
Yeah.
So it's like first impressions. You missed the launch. Like, come on, guys. Like, no. Keep the movie separate. If it's part of canon, then fine. Like, you got to watch the movie before it. Don't repeat it. Don't
Yeah.
duplicate. Don't reuse. Like, yeah.
That's funny. They even, like, looking at the run times for each of these episodes: 22:53, 25:02, 23:40, 23:38, and then another 23:40. Those run times were all over the place because that is how they had to separate it out according to how they cut it from the movie. Because the movie
Yeah.
was almost 2 hours long.
Oh, well then, yeah.
Movie was an hour and 56 minutes and 41 seconds. It's on here. It's on Funimation.
Yeah, don't. Don't put don't do this. Don't use the movie and chop it up into the series
Mm-hmm.
because it's like, then why did you even make the movie?
Mm-hmm. Because hey, Demon Slayer, Futaba, or is it Fudo that did this one? The studio behind it, Fuda,
Ufotable, yes.
Ufotable. Hey, Ufotable, your corporatization is showing. I mean, that's all that is to me. That's a cash grab.
Yeah,
That's a cash grab, is what it is.
yes, that's definitely a double dip. And I'm like, I was excited to watch the movie, and now I'm like, I'm not watching the movie. Well, actually, I am technically.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not watching it twice.
You could spoil yourself just by watching the movie and then just wait till December 5th, like I am.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm, I'm not watching it twice. I'm
Hey,
gonna watch
the
this.
holidays coming up, man. Just take about a 2 hour break and just watch the movie and be like, all right, I'm good till December 5th now.
Well, I think yeah, yeah. If I wanted to watch it faster, but I'm
Mm,
like, I'm not watching anything until like around Christmas. Like after now, I'm taking like a month break, and I'm like, I'm probably not gonna watch anything until everything else is out. So, um, yeah. So, yeah. Uh, bad choice. Don't double dip. This is the second show that's double dipped that we've talked about. and I disapprove.
Highly. Highly, highly, highly.
All right. The next show we're going to talk about is Reincarnation. Jobless Reincarnation Part 2.
Oh man. Oh man.
So I've only seen the first episode.
Oh my goodness, man. I can't even talk about like half the damn shit that's happened so far. Oh my god.
Hey, you made me watch 3 episodes of a Nintendo, not Nintendo, Nickelodeon show. And
yeah, you're still gonna watch it.
And a mean other show. So I couldn't do all of them.
I mean, I didn't figure I'd have to tell you about this one. I figured it would just be part of the course.
I couldn't get time.
Well, to close my lips on this, I'm just gonna say that this is an amazing show, and if nothing else, if this is what they had, if they had to break it up into 2 separate cores in order to continue the quality in which they have been able to bring to this show, I am all for that. You gotta do what you gotta do, and you make it you continue making it this good, because there is not a goddamn thing I would change about any of these episodes at all. Like I feel like even the worst of it is still being true to form and as realistic as they probably could make it, and I just goddamn just so good. This probably just be especially after the poor showing from Demon Slayer, this is top tier for me. I look forward to watching these episodes every time they come out, and they do not disappoint. The only disappointing part that I ever find from these episodes is the fact that they end.
Yeah.
So, and goddamn, even the freaking openings, animes out there, take freaking note. You don't have to have your own, like, you can incorporate your openings, music and all, into the actual anime itself, so that way you don't spoil people on what's to come, and you make it an enjoyable ride from start to finish. Like, I don't have to skip my openings on this one because it's part of the damn anime every single time, and I'm so happy about it every single time.
I would say yes for like half of the shows out there.
Yeah.
There are some shows that are like just happy go lucky, and they're like that 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 that. And I'm like, yeah, just sing your heart out. Anything that's story driven, I'm like, yeah, weave that right on in. Like, years ago, when shows first started doing that, I was awestruck.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, even like big shonen shows like Naruto, like there was a funeral episode, and that 30-minute episode played out like a movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, it was somber, it was high quality animation, there was no intro. They just tossed in the credits in a nice little like.
Well, it's like, okay, so, and especially in this sort of setting, this is a fantasy world setting. And like, you're going to see things, or people are going to have to be traveling to places. So instead of doing that time lapse where you're like, all right, we're going to have a time lapse where, someone's traveling from point A to point B, or we're having to scour the city for information, and we want to show you how these our heroes are sourcing all their information and doing their due diligence on all this and everything. Put it in your opening. Put a song in the background for it, and just put it in your opening, so that way by the time like we're seeing the whole thing, but now instead of wasting time for the episode, it's part of the opening, we accept it and we move on.
Oh, and then binging, it's like it's just a smooth transition from
Oh,
one episode to the
yeah.
next. Because it's
Yeah.
like you don't have to go, oh, here's the intro. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, play. It's like you just leave it on and go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh God. The characters, the storyline, the dialogue, the situations, the animation, just everything they do in this show is just so top tier. It is so top tier. The guy that they have with them, um, the one with the spear, I mean, they could have very easily just made him the stoic warrior type who goes along with, whatever the kid says, just because he knows, like, oh, this is going to be the way it's going to be, or da 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 da. But they have him as a point of conflict. They have him as, because they get put in these situations where there are choices that have to be made that are morally ambiguous. And you have to figure, given his personality, the kid, yes, he'll probably be like, I don't like it, but I'll deal with it because I know in the end it gets me what I want or what we need. But the warrior they're with, he is very, very stilted in what he thinks and what he believes, with very little wiggle room. So in those situations, he's going to have a problem. And he
Yeah.
is not going to take the easy way out of it either. He'll
Yeah,
do
like
what he feels is right,
uh,
irregardless of how it turns out.
and even if there was like a chance for wiggle room, I'm like he was tied up in a cell, and next door his captors killed an innocent kid. And I'm like, if that would have happened like 2 minutes ago and Rudius got there, like he still would have been mad, he still would have objected, but maybe Rudius could have said something. I'm like, even though the guy's changing, he's trying to change his ways, and he's like, he knows how he's seen, and he knows that like Rudius is trying to put a good word out for him. I'm
Yeah,
like, how long was he in that cell while
yeah.
they were just yelling and torturing and I'm like, he has made up his mind.
Oh yeah.
Like this is
Before
something I am
Rudius,
not stepping down from. I've been
before
in here
Rudius
for
even
three
get there.
days with these kids killing, like being killed, and I'm like, no, I have to do something right now. I don't care what you say, Rudius.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
But
ah.
but here's the thing. Rudius looked at him and went, he didn't even try. He's like, no, I can't. I like he there was maybe a thought that went through his head of trying to say something to him, but immediately he's just like, all right, this is what we're doing. And he kind of
Yeah.
was stealing himself on being part of it. But then the warrior guy was like, he saw that and he's like, no, you stay here. I'll take care of it. Then I'm like, so that's a relationship. Like,
Yep.
that is an understanding. Rudius knows you can't bargain with him in these situations. He has made up his mind. This is what he's going to do. And he's not necessarily wrong in why he's doing it. But then the warrior guy knows Rudius doesn't like killing. So if it comes to like mass murdering some a-holes for brutalizing or terrorizing some kids, he's more than willing to do it, but he knows Rudy's is going to have a problem with it, but he knows he would have tried if he could to help. But he's like, "No, you stay here. I'm taking care of it." You know? God, these just the relationships that they build here, man. It's just and so much of it they've done such a good job of it. They can have so much of it remained left unspoken, but you as the viewer and them as the characters know. And that is amazing. That is so good. And the fact that they've traveled as much as they have, and each of these locations have been so different from each other, like so completely different. And it amazes me the world that they have built on this. It truly does. So, anyone out there, if you love fantasy, even if you don't even love fantasy, if you even just enjoy a fantasy or just an adventure of some sort, and you're not like not everything has to be this, happy go lucky, merry go round whatever sort of situation. Watch this anime. It is amazing.
I don't remember a lot from this show. I would need to like refresh my memory. And one thing that I do like love is like when somebody goes into narration and they're like clearly lying or like telling a fantasy. When he was like, and then we sailed off into the sunset and a man and a woman alone, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, no, something's not right. And he's like, yeah, I wish that happened. And then the girl's like, just barfing on the thing. I'm like, good job.
See, I love that because they're taking that expectation that people have of these fantasy tropes or whatever, and being
Yeah.
like, "Hey, you remember how this is? Yeah, that never fucking happened."
Yeah, and it's like it's perfect for the first episode because they're like, hey, maybe some of them don't remember. I'm a try to try to make them believe this, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. What do you wait? No, she doesn't. And then and they're like, okay, you got us.
Mm,
Oh my
like,
god,
that's fair. That's fair.
that's perfect. So
A-
yeah,
and I love how this is a character with somebody who come from another world, and yes, he is powerful in his own right, but he's not overpowered.
yes,
He's still infallible. He still has his weaknesses, his limitations, his problems, his issues. He's you've taken a hero, quote unquote, and given him human limitations. And I absolutely love that. So
yep. Yeah, I can't wait to watch this. Ah, so good. Another one. Best of the season.
for sure.
Alright. The next show we're going to be talking about is Platinum End.
This is one of those I had wanted to watch, but I did not get the opportunity.
Oh
So I'm curious to see what you say about it.
my god.
Whenever you're not dying, you might, let me know.
I remember it being on your list, and I'm like, this is the perfect chance to like get a water break. You're like, I haven't watched it, and I'm like, shit. um,
It wasn't on my list for the shows I've watched, but
yeah, I remember you had put it at the
yeah.
upcoming. So I don't know if I like this show.
I was curious about it, but I also was under the impression that looking at it that I'm just like, this may or may not be, maybe, I don't know.
I don't know what to call this category, but it's
Really?
like in the category of like Dead Man Wonderland as far as like the violence level.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but then it's like a version of um Death Note as far as like like the way the characters think as far as like violence and like is a person actually a person or instead of like an object to kill
Mm.
like um so the main character is living with his like uncle uh well, he's living with his aunt and her husband, and them two have two kids, and basically they were treated like Cinderella. Like he was treated like Cinderella growing up. He was
Mm-hmm.
like he like kind of like lived in like this small little compartment as if he was like living under the stairs or something like that. He was made to do all the chores. He was abused and all that kind of stuff.
So
So
Harry Potter thing, got it.
yep. So um basically in a more tolerable version of a show, kind of like that dark uh Magical Girl show.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you don't really see anything that happens unless he flashes back to it, and it only lasts for like a scene or two. Um, but basically, he's at the end of his rope. He goes to a convenience store, almost steals something, decides against it, goes to the top of a building, and then just jumps off the building. Um, before he hits the ground, he's saved by this angel. Angel.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I want to say she's just a demon with wings, and um, basically she is one of 13 special classed angels that pick someone to be a god candidate, and um, there's this competition going on between 13 candidates to become god, and once you become god you get to make a wish. So basically this is one of those battle royale animes.
Mm-hmm.
um, the candidates get two. They get wings so they can fly, and then they get two powers. Both of the powers are a weapon. One is lethal and one is not lethal. Um, they're both the same power, whereas basically they get this giant crystal, as you can see, this like coming out of his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Um, one's a red crystal, which is a fall in love with me crystal, kind of like Cupid.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other crystal is a white crystal, which is kind of like a smite crystal, which is kind of like God smote him down. Um,
Okay.
yeah, you shoot it at people. They can't see it, but once it attacks them, they get knocked down like they're about to die. But then the crystal sinks into them, and then they pledge all allegiance to you or love. Um, they basically fall for you and will do anything for you. Period. The
Okay.
second one, the second one, as soon as you shoot them, they just die. It sinks into them, they die. Um, once he gets these powers, this demon with wings basically doesn't tell him the whole thing. She basically like starts to tell him something, and then she immediately goes off on tangents because either he said something and then she just trailed off, and like, or she's just like ditzy and just can't remember what she like. There's no manual. There's not like, hello, these are the rules to the game. Do you want to be a candidate? And then it's like, okay, sure. And then like, okay, your objective is to do this. These are your powers. These are what you can and can't do. And there are 13 competitors. Let's start the battle. She's like, oh, you got wings. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, how do I use them? And she's like, you just fly. And he's like, what? And he's like, I don't like. He starts trying, and then like the wings sprout, and he's like, okay. And then he just starts flying around, and I'm like, cool. Thanks for teaching me how to fly, bro. I'm like, how? You didn't explain anything. You just jumped off the building and started flying into the clouds. I'm like,
Fair enough.
okay, now he can fly. Then with the crystal, she's like, yeah, you just use the crystal, you shoot the person. And I'm like,
She's great.
you're I'm like, you're breaking all of the anime rules. It's supposed to pull to the side, and your little chibi version of you like explains the rules. Like, this is not, I'm like, where's the tutorial person? They forgot to animate the tutorial person.
Or he
So
just got a real ditz of a person.
yeah. So um he's at home and or I don't remember how it played out, but basically she was like, "Oh, how about you shoot your aunt?" And he's like, "What?" And she's like, "No, she won't die. She'll just fall in love with you." I'm like, "No," for all
This is
kinds of reasons.
not this type of animation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'm like, why would you think that's a good idea? And then she could like help. Like, I don't know if she like knows the truth about what happened with him or what, but when when he shoots the aunt, she like falls for him, and she's like, "Oh, blah blah blah," and I'm like, this
Weird.
and then oh, I think she told him that, or I think she let it slip that his aunt and uncle basically killed his parents for the insurance money, and he's like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, just ask her, shoot her with the thing, and ask her." Like, it was so weird how it played out. So that he shot her, and then he like she's all fawning over him, and he's like, "All right, I need to ask." And he's like, "Did you kill my parents?" And she's like, "It wasn't my idea. It was my husband's idea." And I'm like, he's all just distraught, and she's like, "No." She's like, "What can I do to like make it up?" And like, I'm like, "What is happening?" And then the husband comes home, and she's like, "Yeah, it was his fault. He made me do it." And she's like all messing with him. And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And he like knocks her on the ground. I'm like, "Hey!" Like, I'm already like, I'm done. Like,
Hmm.
I'm like, I'm not okay with this. So then she's like, blah blah blah, and he's like, "Yeah, he made me. He's the reason why we killed your parents." She's like, why are you saying this?" And he's like all upset. And then she's like, then he like just decides, he's like, something about, I wish you were dead or something like that. So that she just goes to the kitchen, grabs a knife, and just stabs herself, and it just bleeds all over the floor. And then the husband, he's like, "I just got off." I'm like, "I just got off work. I came home. My wife is all over her nephew." And I'm like, "What's going on?" Then she turns on me, admits that we murdered his parents, and then starts attacking me, knocks me on the ground. And then she gets up, goes to the kitchen, and stabs herself. And now here she is, bleeding on the ground. What the hell just happened? And like, basically, he went through that whole thing for like about 10, 15 minutes with his mouth slack jawed. He's on the ground, like staring at his wife, because for a very long time, like way too long, he is like shocked at what happened.
Hmm.
Then he's thinking about, they really killed my parents. And then thinking about, what am I going to do about this? And then like a couple of other things. And I'm like, within this amount of time, I'm like, the husband should have like got up and like called the police, or like, what the hell did you do to my wife? Or what's
What the
what
hell just happened?
like something. But for like 10, 15 minutes, he's just on the ground, like background. I'm like, did they forget to animate him doing something else?
Like,
So,
oh, we'll correct it in post. It's fine.
so I'm like, maybe he's in shock. I'm like, that's something horrific to like just come home to. Be like, I just got off work, and it's like, all hell breaks loose. Now I'm like, well, now what? I'm like, are you gonna have to fight him, or did he not really care about her? Or I guess he does because he's still in shock. I'm like, what are you doing, anime? What's next?
And
Is he? I'm like,
then
they've
does
been
the episode
to him.
just end? End first episode.
So, um, he goes off somewhere, I think, and then she starts explaining actually the game, and I'm like, are we not supposed to care about them two anymore? I'm like, we never saw children. I don't think we saw them in the flashback, but then I'm like, kids just lost their mom. Yeah, they were like evil people, but I'm like, are we supposed like anime? Are you telling me to completely move on from that situation and then move from every battle to battle to battle until he becomes the god or whatever? Because I'm not up for that right now. I'm like, I got a lot of other stuff going on, but basically told him basically that he's in a battle royale, and then they cut to another contestant, and he's like in a robot suit or like a super super sentai kind of outfit, and I'm like, does everybody get those, or is he just like cosplaying so nobody can see his face or something? Like I don't understand what's going on. And that guy like, oh, he basically attacks a guy who's in a limo full of just, I mean, like they took like a truckload of naked ladies and just poured it into his limo. Like there's arms and legs and bodies. I'm like, dude,
What?
there's too many people in the limo. Like, Jesus. So
Oh shit.
guy like breaks into the limo and like kills him, and then like goes off to like attack another person. And I'm like, okay, we gotta watch out for
Holy
him
shit.
because he's just going around just taking people out left and right, left and right. So I'm like, he's the guy that you look out for. And then I can't remember if they cut to any other people, but I'm like, all right, it's battle royale time. No,
That sounds like a hot mess, honestly.
I there's some battle royale shows that are like just too dark for me, and I'm like not up for it. So, um,
That just sounds like a hot mess.
yeah, I'm like, I don't like anybody in this series, not one. So I'm out. But yeah, if you are interested in a very dark battle royale,
I don't know if I'm interested. I don't know if I really appreciate that. I might have to take a rain check on that one.
so yeah, how's platinum in? All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Cool Pride of Orange. Way on the other spectrum.
God, yeah, that picture is on another spectrum.
So, uh, cute girls playing hockey. Um,
Now, would that be technically considered cute things, or is that not cute things? Because you know your thing is cute girls doing cute things, so
yeah. So if it's cute girls doing cute things, hook, line, and sinker, I'm watching it. If it's cute girls flying planes, I'm like, what y'all doing flying planes? Cute, cute girls playing hockey, I'm like, hockey's not cute, but do y'all make hockey cute? No, they don't even try. They play hockey like regular, and then after the hockey match is over, then they're like, and it's time for an idol concert. La la la, hockey and dancing, la la la. And they're in these all idol outfits and everything, and dancing in regular idol boots on ice. And I'm like, no! Why aren't you at least wearing ice skates and doing an idol dance in ice skates? Why do you completely ignore that you're in the middle of an ice rink that you just finished playing a hockey match on, that you won, and the Zamboni just went through and polished off the ice and made it all nice and smooth and slippery, and you're out there just da 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 like you're not on ice. So the idol part I dislike. They can take that, skip it. But everything else is okay. They start the show.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, they start the show. They start the show with a group of girls who are doing needlepoint. And they're like, one girl gets there late, and of course she's gonna be the main character. And they're like, the embroidery club. And they're like, yay! I'm like, so the show starts out with them like winning a match and they doing the idol thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I wonder how they start to get on a team. And they're like, embroidery club. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense at all.
That escalated rather quickly.
We're like de-escalated. They slammed the brakes on that. So they're in the embroidery club, and one person got there late, and I'm like, cool, she's the main character. She's probably going to drag everybody else onto whatever she wants to do. So they're doing needlepoint, and they like have some stuff on the wall, and they're like, yeah, talking about it. They're like, oh, and it's this from last year, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait, that's not a painting? That is actually cool. There was this like super intricate like pattern that one of them weaved. And I'm like, that's cool. And then they're like, all right, so I'm done with mine for the day. And they show hers. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then they're like, it cuts to all of them. And she's like, yeah, yours is terrible. And no, one of them, basically the one who's doing the worst, goes around and starts critiquing all the other ones. And she's like, yours isn't as great as hers. And I'm like, let me see. And they don't show it. And I'm like,
of course.
how am I supposed to know if hers isn't that great? Maybe it's like,
you're just supposed to accept it.
Yeah. And then she's like, well, yours don't even follow the pattern. And she's like, well, I like to do what I want, or whatever she said. And I'm like, how is the worst person in this club going to critique everybody in the club? I'm like, no. And then they go to one of their houses and like, oh, they go to, yeah, one of the houses because their family runs a inn, and they're in the hot tub and they're just chilling. And I'm like, this isn't hockey either. And they just start talking.
Where does the hockey part of this hockey anime come into play?
Yeah, exactly. And then they are like, oh, yeah, so next week there's this TV crew coming here. And they're like, oh, really? And they're like, yeah, they're going to be shooting something here. And I'm like, what do you mean shooting something? You should know what they're going to be using your house for, right?
Hockey.
So yeah, their family runs an inn, and they're in the hot tub or hot spring, whatever, the onsen. And I'm like, that water actually looks pretty cool. So like, it's CG water with CG steam, but it looks okay. So I'm like, huh, good job. And then they start talking, and they're like, oh yeah, it's great to relax like this. And I'm like, relax from what? Y'all were just sitting around messing with yarn.
You realize how tiring yarn is? Come on now.
And I'm like, what in the world? And then like all of it, I can't remember when, if it was in classroom or if it was in that club again, but one person was like, hey guys, look at what I got. And I'm like, what do you have? And she's like, they're doing hockey classes at this one thing. They're like, we should all go. And I'm like, you guys gonna take a left turn and just go straight into hockey? Like, no, like, why didn't y'all start there? What was all the beginning of this show? And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, let's go take some classes. And then it cuts to the coach, and she's like, just like aggressive looking, like she'll scare every new person away looking. And I'm like, and the guy, like, she's like, yeah, we're gonna do this shit, like, all these plans and everything. And then like the mascot like takes off his helmet, and he's like, and he says something I can't remember. And then she's like, oh, he's like, you look like you're gonna scare everybody away. And she's like, oh, let me. And then she looks at herself, and then they come in, and she's like, oh, hi girls, she's all bubbly and la la la. And I'm like, man, she could just turn it on a dime. I'm like, that's funny. And then she has them sign up, and then she says like, my dream is for after a hockey match, then they do a concert. And I'm like, oh, this dumb idea is your idea. Cool.
We have you to thank for this.
I was like, okay. So then she goes like, okay, now that everybody's like suited up, we're gonna practice our stretches to get all warmed up so you don't have any injuries. And then they're like, okay. So then she like, okay, let's stretch. And they do like this, and stretch back and forth and all that kind of stuff. And I'm looking, I'm like, okay, stretches. I could use some stretches. And I'm like, okay. And then they're like, okay, and then we're gonna do some footwork. So we're gonna do like the feet over the feet. So it's like this way, this way, this way, left, this way, this way, this way, right. And somebody's like, this seems like a dance step. And she's like, no, it's not a dance step. It's a stretch. It's to help you with your footwork. And then because somebody said dance step, and then she's like, and then we're gonna go over the next dance routine. And just basically, she's trying to like teach them how to play soccer and dance at the same time, but she's bad at hiding it, and like everybody immediately catches on. And then like it's like, okay, now we're gonna go out on ice. And like one person was like, yeah, if we did 2 more dance routines, I was gonna walk out. So I'm like, okay. And then they get on the ice, and then they start practicing, and then the episode's over. And I'm like, how come none of the main characters already played soccer? I already played hockey. That's how a sports anime is supposed to start.
But it's not about the sports. It's about the dancing.
Even with that, somebody's supposed to be, whatever the show's about, one of the characters has to be doing it already. Like,
well, they haven't introduced all the characters. There's going to be another character that's going to come in that's a transfer student that all of a sudden their previous hometown's #1 street dancer, and they want to do hockey now, but the coach is like, no, you started with the dance, you will die by the dance. We will dance. See, I could already write this whole thing for you. Lickety split. Save you the trouble of watching it, and you be good to go.
yeah, so I don't know. Like,
That's
they
okay.
they started so far behind the start line that I'm like, I don't know if I trust you. Like,
oh, I
did
mean,
the
I
first
can't
step.
blame you.
Like, you gave me the hook at the beginning, and you're like, soccer match. Hey, why do I keep calling it soccer?
You do. That's the third time you've done it now. I keep wondering if we go into another one I don't know about.
So we're like,
They're like, in the middle of this hockey, soccer.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just left turn. Now it's a soccer anime. So, so they're like, they did the hook. They're like, hockey match. And fine, and they just won by a last moment thing, and then idle dance. And I'm like, that's weird, but they did win the game. So I'm like, cool. then they cut to I don't know, earlier this year or 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago, something like that. This show was like 3 years ago, before they even started at the school. They were doing needlepoint. I'm like, no, that's too far back.
So basically, the show took those tropes, all the anime tropes dealing with sports animes and idol type animes, and they're like, no, hold my beer. We can do one better.
I think the studio really, really wanted to make an idol anime because, or actually, no.
But a sports anime was the only one in the budget.
Yeah, maybe. Either okay. So either way, either they really wanted to make a sports anime because the sports part is good, and oh no, they really want to make an idol anime, and like the person who gave them the funding, they're like, you must make a hockey anime. And they're like, hockey? Nobody's done hockey. And they're like, that's not gonna make any money. So they're like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna
we're gonna put idols in the hockey match.
Yeah, they're like, I don't think this hockey thing's gonna work. We have to do something that's popular, that's hip, that's in, and idol anime makes the money. So they did that.
Oh shit! You're probably not wrong, honestly.
Or
that honestly sounds like what they did.
Yeah, or flip it completely around, and they're like, nobody has done a hockey anime, and we love hockey animes, so we are going to bring to the studio the hockey anime. And the studio was like, hockey animes don't make money, that's why they don't. You need to do an idol anime, and they decided to do both. One of those ways.
I can't help but think of that episode of Family Guy where they were talking about the Reese's peanut butter cups or whatever. And they had that car wreck with the guy who was eating peanut butter and somebody was eating chocolate. And he was like, you got your peanut butter in my chocolate. You got your chocolate in my peanut butter. That's pretty much what this was. They're like, you got this hockey match in my idol anime. You got this idol anime in my hockey matches.
Yeah. So, because the show doesn't know what it wants to be,
Can drop it.
I think I'm gonna drop it because it's like somebody on the team was like, "I want to do a needlepoint club anime," and they're like, "No."
No, it was the son's. It was the the son of the boss who was like, "Can we do needlepoint?" And they're like, "Oh my god! All right, fine, we'll throw it in there."
We'll put it at the beginning, so you'll be like, "Okay, cool," and then whatever comes behind it, you can't do anything about because it already happened. Yeah, it's man, this show does not know what it wants to be. And yeah.
Dear Lord.
All right. So, I need some water.
How many have we got left?
Let's see. I believe we have 10.
Oh god damn.
But one of them, maybe two of them, we've already talked about because I had to hop around, but I'm not sure. So
we're about a little over halfway.
Yeah.
We need to start speed running these sons.
Yep.
All right.
So we'll take a break.
Yeah.
And I will get some water because I can already feel my voice being croaky. What was it? Two things messed up my voice. One, the scary anime scared me, so I was hollering, and then two, something happened in one show, and I was very upset. But we'll get to that.
Gotcha. All right.
All right. Water break. Everybody hydrate. We'll be right back. And we're back. The next show we're going to be talking about is The Faraway Paladin.
This is another very good fantasy anime. Honestly,
that close to watching it.
Honestly, I would say it took a little bit to get into, but I would honestly say that it's not quite up to Jobless Reincarnation, but it's very close. Very close.
What about Magus's Bride?
All right around that same tier.
Okay.
All right around that same tier.
Okay.
So I'll go back on this. So a lot of fantasy animes, they have a lot of lore, they have a lot of world building and stuff like that. And most of it is done through like spoken word. We're told things or whatnot, but we're never like nothing ever necessarily becomes of it. Like, for instance, you're told about gods that live in this world or whatever, but usually in most fantasy animes, you're only simply told about them, or they're like an integral part of like everything. So it's like they're almost commonplace essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing, either they seem underwhelming or you don't see them at all, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, lore, in a lot of ways, it's very much the same thing. You'll get told about battles, but they really have no consequence. They're only simply there for as like filler information, or just to be like, oh yeah, this did happen way back when, but it has no pertaining to you or anything. This, so one, this is an isekai anime, but the isekai part of it is so underwhelmingly played, it might as well just be a straight up fantasy as far as that goes.
Okay.
Because he is reborn into this world that he currently resides himself in. He does have some recollection of his past, but it's very slight. And it's brought up on a few occasions, but nothing ever really goes deep into it. What is the interesting part of this is this boy, Will, he is a baby who is found by what is essentially a mummy, a ghost, and a basically skeleton warrior, and is essentially raised as the son of the mummy and skeleton warrior, and essentially relative of the ghost, all of which who were previous heroes and almost essentially masters of their own craft. So it's like essentially saying something to the point of, if you were born in, say, the fantasy England or whatever, and saying, well, I was taught and raised by King Arthur, Merlin, and Guinevere, essentially. You know what I mean? It's like these were the people who taught me how to live and survive my life, essentially. You're like, wow. And it's like, and you not only were taught by them, but you excelled at everything they showed you. And that's pretty much the way Will is. But it goes even further into that, because you get to see the backstory of the characters, the heroes, before they became undead, why they became undead. And then in the picture that you have there, obviously the close up, the guy is Will. In the background, that's actually a goddess. And you have to take an oath when you reach a certain age to one of the gods. They don't say which one, you just have to pick one. And depending upon how much of the oath you put out there, like I think of it as akin to Hunter x Hunter. You never saw that one, did you? Or did you? Um, the powers are based upon how much the limitations or how much of a oath you put on yourself, essentially. So the stronger the oath, stronger the limitations, the stronger the power that you get. And he has essentially made himself the goddess that you see in the background is the goddess of death and rebirth. And he saw her when he got reborn the first time into this world. Well, he ends up pledging his loyalty to her and takes an oath for her and basically becomes her paladin. And doing this is because the whole reason why those three became, well, not the whole reason, but part of the reason why those three became undead is because they're actually guarding a seal that was made by the ghost wizard where it's essentially holding the demon lord at bay into a sleep, essentially. They're guarding that seal. But they basically have told him before he's gone off on his journey that it's going to break in 10 years. So he has 10 years to prepare for the reemergence of a demon lord.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm like part of this I'm like, okay, this is kind of stereotypical, but part of this I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is different. This is new. This is very much a different take on this, I would say. Because it's like we're not in the midst of the battle. We're preparing for the battle. And we've given
Yes.
ourselves a good chunk of time for him to come up with a reasoning behind why this is, what he may have to do.
Isn't there,
And go ahead.
isn't there another show that we watched where like the demon continent was about to do something at a certain time?
Mm, I know there was the realist hero saves the kingdom, where the demons were attacking, but I don't recall there being anything about demons being like staging some sort of like.
Yeah, there was one show we were watching, and that something was gonna happen. Like the I guess the demon lord was gonna awaken on one continent or something, and like there was something that was gonna happen. But yeah, like I remember that feeling of watching a show where everybody's preparing
Mhm.
before, like, for something to happen. So that sounds interesting.
Well, and so the interesting thing about this is that the goddess that he has, so they're taking the role of a god's power is based upon their believers. And because because she gave him a quite a large boost, she doesn't have much left. So he has to essentially go out into the world that he's never been into because he's always been in the one location he's been at. So he's never ventured further beyond the bounds of which he's lived in, essentially. He has to go out in the world by himself and do good and spread the word of his goddess so that way she could gain more followers. But it's not like that's the end all, like as long as you gain so X amount of followers, you'll stop the demon lord. No, no. That's just going to help with this, this situation. So he still has to essentially amass an I guess I don't know, maybe he's going to amass a party and be the ones to come back and finish what his parents essentially in this world started.
Yeah. Um, we keep bringing up Konosuba, or at least I keep bringing up Konosuba. Wasn't that an issue with Aqua? Like, the she had followers and then now she doesn't, and that's why her power sucks.
you were more into Konosuba than I was.
Okay, because you said like that. I remember. I think they made fun of Aqua because she didn't have any followers or something.
But it's not like this goddess has no power at all. She actually
Yeah.
has. She still has a good amount of it. It's just I'm trying to be very vague because I do want you to kind of maybe take a look at this one to see what you
Yeah,
think.
yeah. I'm like, for you to say it's like high in quality, and then also like the
It's
whole background of for like there's this impending doom coming, and we're just
mhm.
trying to prepare for it. I'm like, all of that sounds interesting. So I'll
Like I have, I do love my fantasy and everything, but I do think in my mind I do have tiers of which I would put fantasy at, and most fantasy that I come across is usually, average, mid tier, you know, Jobless Reincarnation, I put that up there. It's definitely top tier. This one, if it's not right there, it's pretty close to it. So, and I think this is definitely a sleeper. I don't think that there's many who really have talked about this one. I haven't really seen this making the rounds, but I feel like this is definitely one I think is done really well and should be have more attention put on it.
I'll check it out. Ah, um, yeah. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Sakugan. So this is the show that I first heard
Mm.
my voice. And it's for something that always happens to me.
Oh,
Uh,
a character you like died?
yep.
Wow, in the first episode.
Yep. It is play by play. Like, it couldn't be any more hook, line, and sinker. Like, I fell for it so hard that I screamed and then I stopped and I'm like, shit, this happened again.
You do come across that more times than I care to count.
Oh my God.
And
So,
those of you out there, I swear he has a curse. He has to. Where any character he likes, I don't. I mean, that's got to be, if not a new record, that's got to be one of the fastest ones there is for to have a character you like so much from the very get go, all of a sudden die right from the very first episode.
that is exactly how it plays out. Some shows are like, oh, we'll make it hurt more. Like these shock me, and I'm like, nah, damn it, again. And then other ones are like, oh no, please don't die. Oh no, please don't die. Oh no, please don't die. They're like, okay, they're gonna be okay. Okay, cool. And the next episode, dead. I'm like, no, and I'm like very sad. But this one, I'm like, they blindsided me because I wasn't expecting it to happen in the first episode.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, so this is also this show. I'm like, who is this show made by again? Because it's very like wild. um, I'm still logged into Crunchyroll. Let me go ahead and sign up. All right, and chart. Um, this show was made by Satellite. No, okay. I thought it was either Gainax or Trigger because of how like wild and rambunctious it is.
Mhm.
Um, these are very fast talking characters, the dad and the daughter, and basically this is a world where every everybody in this colony lives underground. There are two classes of jobs that you can have. Um, the worker class. I'm like looking through the synopsis so I can find out what the other class was. Basically, the worker class or the explorer class. The explorer class are the warriors, and they go They go out of the colony and explore and come across monsters. The worker class, they're just miners, and they um, mine to harvest materials to sell for money, and that's how they pay for their expenses. Um, the father, it seems like he used to be a explorer, and now he's a worker. And his friend or brother, I want to say brother because they look alike. Um, and that's probably me, like just like, oh, all people of this build an exact same hairstyle and color, and they always hang out together are brothers. But I don't know if they're brothers or not. But
Mm.
him and his friend, um, they both have daughters. Um, the main daughter, her name is Miminpu, which is very annoying. Um, I'm like, how come they couldn't like name her Morgan or something, like something simple? But now every time you talk about her, you have to act silly. But Miminpu is she is driven. Like she really like she saw this picture in her dream,
Mhm.
this one location, and she drew it and has it on her wall as a poster. Um, I can't remember the mom's story. I think the mom is is a adventurer, and she's like out somewhere, and they don't know if she's dead or not, or she died. I can't remember, but she's not around, and it's just the father and the daughter. Um, the daughter is very smart. She's very driven. She's very wild, and her and her dad, like fuss all the time. And it's not fight because it's not like mean spirited and like they don't like take each other seriously. Like they're always like just causing tons of trouble. Um, and they're always arguing, and he he wants her to stay a kid, but she's already graduated from college, and she's like the only thing stopping her and keeping her home is because she's physically 9 years old. Like you're not allowed to basically like move out and leave until you're like a certain age.
Mhm.
And the dad is like, the mom's not around. So I'm like, the only family the dad has is her. And he's like, I thought I had a couple more years because you're 9, but she's trying her hardest to get out and like one go to that one place, but then two like become a explorer. So they're always arguing about that and like saying that he's like he wants her to stay home. She and like he's like you're only 9 and blah 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 and you can't do this, can't do that. And she's like, I can do anything, blah 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 blah. And he's like, I'm gonna be the best worker and all that kind of stuff. So they're like this whole like thing going on. Then his friend and her daughter, like they are both explorers, um, and she is like this. Both of them, they're like this cool, laid back, like competent explorers, and they care about them too, and they're all just like hanging out and all that kind of stuff. Um, Somebody gives a package to Mimimpu, and God, I hate saying her name. Somebody gives her a package, and it's a photo of the building that she drew in her dream. So
Mm.
it proves that what she saw in her dream is real. So now she's like completely amped up, and she starts working even harder to try to like find a way to get out of this place and go search for it. Um, and on the back, it is the name of something that people thought was like a legend. And so the photo of the actual place and then the name on the back basically proves everything that she was saying that everybody thought was just fake is
Mhm.
true.
Hmm.
And that basically accelerates the story. So before it was just like play fighting and all that kind of stuff and arguing, like them going about their day. And then now it's like it's adventure time. It's time to like leave the colony. Um, all of a sudden, something comes crashing from the ceiling, and it's this like weird, ugly CG monster, and They are completely unprepared. In
Okay.
case of monster, hide in a building.
How big is this monster?
A couple stories tall.
Getting the fuck out of there, man.
There's nowhere to go. You're in a hole.
If there's a building, there's somewhere else to go.
Yeah, it's like you climb in the building and then the thing goes and knocks the building over. So it's like you just follow. It's like, attention, everyone. There is a monster. Please go indoors. I'm like, go indoors and do what? Where's the army? Where's like the protection against these monsters? I'm like, of course y'all know what the monsters are. How come y'all haven't like set up some kind of protection? I'm like, that's not comforting at all. So this monster is just like having its way with the town, just destroying stuff. And then the adventurers come and they start slowing it down. They're not beating it, they're not killing it, they're just slowing it down because they're made for adventuring. And if a kaiju shows up outside, then they just run away. Like they are woefully unprepared for whatever this species is and all of its other types of monsters. Which is kind of like, I'm like, oh, yeah, everybody should stay in the colony because if you go out and meet one of those monsters, you're basically dead. Like they don't have anything to fight against these things. So I see why all the parents are like, no, please don't leave. Like either you're a person who leaves or you're a person who stays. And if you're a person who stays, then stay. um, and if you're a person who leaves, you leave for a little bit and then you come back and stay. It's like, yeah, they are woefully unprepared for these monsters. So it's just destroying stuff here and there. And I'm like, where's the dude's friend and his daughter? And they show up all of a sudden, and the girl's like, oh, here's my chance. And this whole time, like the daughter, like the older daughter, the friend's daughter, she's been buddy buddy with the girl, and like it's her chance to play. Like most of the time she's like just serious and does her job and all that kind of stuff. And there's nobody else around her age. So whenever she meets with the other daughter, it's her chance to play. So you see them like having fun and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, it's like she got an older sister. She's like real cool. And like as far as like I don't know, like the her outfit's kind of interesting because and I don't know. It's like you know
the
how
older
like
sister is the older sister, the one that dies.
well, it's like so you know how some uniform how some like onesies how they have like the butt flap thing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's it, I didn't want to look there, but they put a bright orange spot on the pants, and I'm like, what's that? And I'm like, oh,
It is the butt flap.
it's the butt flap, and I'm like. And like she walked by, and like I saw a bright spot, and I'm like, and it's kind of like how the dress has like a slit down the side, and I'm like, I wasn't looking there until you like just flashed this bright spot, and I'm like, what's that? Oh, that's her butt. I don't want to look at that. So, God.
Oh shit.
And then of course after she walks past, then like she's like standing, talking to a person with her back to you, and I'm like. Now I'm looking at her pants and I'm like, oh, that's an interesting style of pants. I didn't care about the pants until you like put it into the screen. So I'm like, ugh. Anyway. So once the monster starts attacking, I'm like, Memempu is like, oh, I'm gonna help. And then the girl like immediately turns on her and she's like, no, you need to stay home. And like is no longer playing her friend. And I'm like, oh, so this situation was like she gets a chance to play, she has a friend and everything. But when when things go down, she's like, "No, you're 9 years old. You need to stay home, just like all the other adults." And she basically switches into like go mode, and she's like trying to protect the village. So her and her dad jump in, and they start fighting the monster. And like Memempu and her dad, they're like they don't have anywhere to go. Like there was something that they hinted to early on in the series, like the dad was in front of a robot, but they never really used it. So
Mm-hmm.
I think they used the worker one, but they never used like he was working on an adventure one because eventually he wanted to like go out and do that, but like it's dangerous out there, and his daughter's 9 years old, so he's like it would be irresponsible for us to go. Um, but during the fighting and everything, like they're trying to get away, so somewhere safe, and like something happens, and then his friend and daughter like jump out, and then they just get sliced in half and blow up. And
Wow.
I lost it. Um, and then like the dad starts walking over to it, and like the cockpit's crushed. It's like has some blood leaning around, and like Memempu starts walking over, and he's like, "Stay away!" And then she like just freezes, and like just freezes, and then like he walks away from it, and then like they go down into some stairs, and I think it's like they're heading towards the adventure machine, and
Mm-hmm.
like they stop at the bottom of the stairs, and then Memempu like kind of stops, and he looks back at her, and she's like, "I think I'm crazy," and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "We just lost our friends. I can see how hurt you are on your face," and like he had a straight face, but like you could tell that like he's just trying to keep himself together.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as she said that, then he like kind of just lost the facade and like started getting a little weepy. And I'm like, "Don't do this to me." And then she's like, and I hate myself because I still want to go out after everything that's happened. And then he like grabs her, and he's like starts talking, um basically stuff that his friend has been telling him. And he's like, "Are you just gonna stay in here, like stay here for the rest of your life? Like, are you
Mm-hmm.
just gonna be mining forever?" And he's like, basically, he tells her, "This is the time that we're gonna go on a father and daughter adventure." And he like unveils the robot, and then they jump in, and then the episode's over. And I'm like, ah! So,
Well, that's sad. It's sad that it took that much for him to finally like be like, all right, yeah, this is gonna happen.
yeah. So, um,
I mean, but at the very least, I guess. I mean, I guess that's true to form in a way because it usually takes something fairly significant for someone to go beyond what they would normally do for their comfort level, I guess, and
yeah,
going out beyond where he would normally have gone to, that would definitely take something significant to give him that push.
yeah, take immense risk
Yeah.
and forego all safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, um, excellent first episode. I I hate I hate so much. I'm like, God, she was such a cool character.
I will say though that nothing from what you described in either the description nor the picture that is there on the screen would lead me to believe that anything that you described was part of what was going to be happening.
Yeah,
It really
But
like underplayed the crap out of that.
yeah, yeah. The first like 5-10 minutes is this picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's like wacky, it's crazy, and then they're like, "Guess who we got behind here? We're gonna pull on your heartstrings," and I'm like, you got me. Yeah. So, um, yeah, I feel like this is gonna be one of those great shows like Gurren Lagann where you start in one spot, you go on this great adventure, and some good things and terrible things are ahead.
Hmm.
So,
Interesting.
yeah, yeah, I'm very on board for this show. Um, they got me once, and I will not like anybody else as hard as I can. That hurt. The next show we're going to be talking about is. Oh, we already talked about that. They have a newer picture, but I didn't get it. The world's finest assassin gets reincarnated in another world as an aristocrat.
Yes. So this one is definitely. I'm trying to gather what my thoughts about this. Um. Okay. Basically, what we're given from the get-go is the it opens with a scene from the world that we end up being in, and basically an assassination that's taking place. Um, the guy in the background and the boy in the front are the same person.
Oh,
That is actually he's him in our world is what the background picture is.
okay,
Him in the new world is what he becomes.
okay.
And then the background beyond that up top is the goddess that actually reincarnates him.
Hmm.
So,
Seems like the reincarnation god is like taking up a bigger part of the stories recently.
a little bit. Um, the interesting thing about this is that she reincarnates him and tells him that the reason why she's picked him and the reason why she's reincarnated him or giving him the option is because she needs him to kill the hero.
I remember that. Yeah.
And the reason why, and it's an interesting thought process to come behind. You got to figure when a hero is being brought to another world, they're always given like all this power or whatever in order to defeat the demon lord or whatever. And that's the same situation that's happened here, with the exception of that he's it shows she can, I guess, foretell the future and sees that he will defeat the demon lord. But then when he has nothing else to do with his power, he eventually essentially becomes a all-powerful tyrant. So
Interesting
basically,
because normally it's like the whole story is to beat the demon and then happily ever after, and they never really talk about what happens after.
yeah. So what she's saying is that there is an after and it gets worse. But he can't kill him prior to him killing the demon lord. He has to kill the demon lord first, then he has to kill him.
Hmm.
Um Throughout the episodes I've seen so far, you see she has actually attempted this multiple different ways and multiple different times because she keeps reincarnating people and sending them into the world, ones with various professions and abilities and such, and they never work out. They never work out.
Hmm.
It's interesting. Um, like she reincarnated a samurai and sent him in there. And when she checks back in on him a little bit later, sees that he's become a aristocrat's rich brat essentially, and is just pampering himself and eating himself into. a stupor.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. Um, they definitely. So okay, whenever the term assassin is ever brought up, as far as that goes, usually its connotation is very negative, as far as that goes. So, a lot of the things I've seen him do so far, they've had to like if you have so it's kind of like a John Wick situation, if that makes sense. You know John Wick is bad because he's done bad things, killed lots of people. So in order to make people feel for him or root for him, you have to make his enemies even worse.
Yeah.
That's why they killed a puppy to be like, "Oh, you killed a fucking puppy. No, fucking kill him. I don't give a damn." You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's kind of the same situation here. He's growing up, he's gaining more power. He retains full memory of his previous life, so all of his learned assassination abilities and what he's learned through experience, he retains. And it's definitely come in handy for him in this world, even though he's coming from our world to this world, and this world has magic and stuff like that. But he uses what he can. And the funny thing is too is that he actually the goddess when resurrecting him actually gave him like apparently everyone is born with a certain amount of abilities and whatnot. She actually gave him like I guess there's A, B, C, and D for abilities. D being the most common, C uncommon, B rare, and then A obviously you have epic class essentially. And she gave him the options of choosing each one that he wanted for each class. The hero, apparently, all of his are A class.
Oh.
He had to choose one from each category, being born as a regular human. But it's funny because he's taking it a very analytical route of like, I think his A class was Spellweaver to be able to actually maintain, manipulate, create his own spells essentially. And then his B tier was like enhancement for his abilities where he actually regenerates quicker. Like physically he regenerates quicker, and then also as far as his mana and spell abilities, he regenerates quicker as well. So he used that to his advantage with knowledge that he had that ability to ever since he was old enough, he's been utilizing he essentially drains himself like using spells of all the mana he has. So he's been growing his stockpile, his pool essentially of mana, and
Okay.
also conditioning his body even further by the fact that he knows he can recover like super fast. Um yeah, there's certain subject matters that they come into and certain ways I think they handle things. I'm a little like his apparently his where he got reincarnated into was an aristocrat family, which is true, but they're an aristocrat family of assassins, but they pose as doctors.
Okay.
So they're very knowledgeable about the human body, which helps with assassinations, and being doctors also allows them access into certain areas that they would otherwise not be able to get into,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Mhm.
But you also see in this world because it's an aristocracy that they have that people there's a lot of evil deeds that happen. So those are usually his targets on what he usually goes after. Those that are threatening the land that he lives in or, doing wrongful deeds and such. And it can get pretty bad, such as, slavery, sex trafficking, stuff like that. I mean, it gets kind of some pretty touchy subjects. I will say though, also it weirded me out at least the first time I saw it is I guess in training to be an assassin, there are certain things you have to, or like I guess in order to know that your body is ready, there are certain stances and certain examinations that are done from one of the head of the household of the family to those who are training in order to do that. And it kind of weirded me out because they go to the training room and he tells his son, the dad tells his son to strip and then has him go through poses and then is like, I guess, testing muscles groups or stuff like that. But it was one of those situations where I'm like, this is kind of awkward. Like nothing's happening, but I'm still like, he's like a kid, like 10 years old. And I'm just like, this is just kind of awkward. I
Yeah.
mean, the dad's fully dressed. He's the only one that I'm just like, but God, and like I know he's nothing inappropriately touched or anything like that, but I'm still just sitting there going, hmm. I mean, all right, but God, I feel just kind of just a little weirded out by this. But luckily that it happened one other time after that, and then it hasn't happened since. So I'm just like, okay, let's get that out of the way. We're done with it. No need to do it anymore. It's fine. Just carry on. Hopefully we never see that shit again. Because
Ah,
it just weirded me out for some strange reason.
it's like um that weird undertone from Made in Abyss, where it's like every now and then a kid will be like tied up and naked in the background, and they won't say nothing about it, and then it'll just cut to another scene, and I'm like, "What's going on over there?"
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You look at it and you're like,
It's
wait,
like this weird like
why is everyone accepting of this? Because I don't, this is not normal. This is not something that would normally happen.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Um, and it's interesting too because at the end when before he got reincarnated, he was actually training another assassin, and he said before that he's turned off all of his emotions. When he was in our world, he actually was raised from a kid as an assassin and never, like that's why he's as good as he is, because he spent literally a lifetime learning how to kill and killing. Um, and he said he's turned off all of his emotions. Well, right before he died, he kind of started feeling some things, and that's the reason why he agreed to be reincarnated, because now that he's kind of started going through that, he didn't want to lose that after having the opportunity and just be reincarnated in a body that didn't know that once more. uh, so what was interesting was though is that he still kind of goes along that same ideology of like, oh, I'm an assassin, I have no emotions, I never, do this, that, or the other thing. And he kind of goes with the idea that the people that he's gathering around him, he's using them and manipulating them, which I guess to a certain extent that is true, but is also, if you look at it in a certain light, you look at him and go, you may not be seeing it, but they're kind of you're doing them a favor just as much as they're doing you a favor, and you're kind of creating your own family. You're getting connections. You're trying to downplay it because you're just not seeing it as such.
Mhm.
So it's interesting to see the dynamic in which that's progressing from there. So as far as fantasy goes, I definitely wouldn't say this is top tier. Um Maybe somewhere right above mid, like not quite mid, but it's definitely not an average one. There are definitely so many of them out there that I would say would be average, and this is definitely a step above that, but it's definitely below rating as far as the Faraway Paladin and Jobless Reincarnation. So it's an interesting premise. I will give him that. I never would expect someone to be reincarnated for the sole purpose of killing the hero, and the methods in which he goes about it. And I do applaud them for being able to take what is essentially known as a bad guy, what is essentially purpose, and actually making him the sole focus of the character of the story. That's usually not something that would be taken into consideration. But I always think that it's an interesting turn when you see the bad guy as essentially the quote unquote good guy as well.
Yeah.
So I give it
Yeah.
props for what it does. I think it's good, and anyone who's good with anime, with fantasy, I'd say go for it, but take that as you will.
Okay. Right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Selection Project.
I think this one's yours.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's totally yours. That is 110% yours.
Yeah.
So how'd this one go?
Man. So, Selection Project. This is an idol show where they divide up the country into 10 regions and pick the best girl from each region. We start.
To become an idol?
Yeah, well, to create an idol group with 10 members.
Oh, okay.
So there was this one idol who was in the first one, and she was a very, very beloved idol, and she passed in a car crash.
Okay.
That's just some story building. So I'm like, okay, there's history. There's like,
yeah, see that. Okay.
Reference for like those who have come before. So it's like a big thing.
Sure.
And then you have the main character, and 9 other side characters. And basically, the main character is a kid, and she's in the hospital. And she has a weak body, so she's gonna be in the hospital a lot until like she can like build her strength and like not need the hospital anymore. And one thing that keeps her going throughout the days is listening to music from that one idol. She hums the songs a lot, and then it cuts to some time passing, and you meet this other girl, and she's with her grandparents. Don't know what happened to her parents, and or there's a gigantic gap, which I think like those are her grandparents, and she is going to the competition for a selection project because they're now in the finals. In the finals, I think they had maybe 16 candidates or something like that for each region, and now they're down to the top some. For some reason, 2 of them have 2 candidates, and all the rest have like 3 or 4. I think because of population. And she's like on her way to the live stream, which is cool, where they do their last little thing, and then the country chooses. What you end up finding out is that this girl is the grown-up version of the little kid that was singing. And from what everybody else says, she has an angelic voice, and everybody's hoping for her to win. So what I'm assuming is that they've gone through her like backstory and all that kind of stuff, and like her parents aren't there, so like that may be part of this like thing too. So like some of the people who are with her, they like even her competitors, they're like, she's a shoe-in to win. So I'm like, okay, cool.
So she doesn't, obviously.
So then they cut to all the other regions, and in the other regions, like there's one character that stands out more than the other ones, and I'm like, okay, so she's gonna win. Cut to region 7, she's gonna win. Cut to region 9, she's gonna win, and you're like, okay, cool. The only one that's not undecided is the region that this main character is going into, and I'm like, all the other characters they fleshed out about the same, so I'm like, maybe not, don't know. Then they all sing the same song, and each person goes out for each region, and they like cut it very nicely to where it's not repeating the same thing over and over. And then when it's the main character's time, uh, she goes out and she starts singing, and like everybody perks up, and they're like, oh, "Wow!" And then she gets into the song, and then they cut to all the other characters that basically are gonna win, just basically spoiling the reveal.
Mhm.
And they're all harmonizing and singing this one song, and I'm like, this is so great. And then they cut back to the main character, and like she was nervous at the beginning, like so nervous that like whenever right before she went on stage, when everybody was like one person got off stage and they're like, oh god, I was so nervous. They're like, man, it's like good luck. And like she's just kind of sitting there just concentrating real hard. And I'm like, I hope she wins. I'm like, she's really like she's like focused.
Mhm.
Um, and yeah, she's basically like just knocking the song out of the park. And like part of the way through the song, like you see her sweating and like her hands shaking a little bit, and I'm like, is she really that nervous? I'm like, huh. And then they get into the song some more, and then all of a sudden it cuts to her point of view, and like her vision goes blurry, and then she like faints and falls,
Mhm.
and then she like forgets where she is for a second, and then like she hears the song, and then she snaps back into it, and then she grabs the mic and gets back up and like says the last couple lines, and then um yeah, and then they start doing the reveal, and like of course this character won for region 7, of course this character won for region 9, and then they get to the last region, and it's not the main character. It's the girl that like walked off stage and was like, "Good luck," but like didn't answer, because even she was surprised, because she's like, "There's no way I'm gonna beat this girl." Like her voice is amazing. She's one of the top like contestants for this region. She's like, I don't stand a chance,
Mhm.
and she ends up winning. So I'm like, so she's shocked, and she's like, I guess the only reason I won is because she passed out during this competition. Um, so there she gets off stage and like obviously heartbroken. I'm like, this is something that she's been going for since she was a kid in the hospital, looking up to like the biggest star from the first one. So I'm
Mhm.
like, I feel terrible. I'm like, why did she pass out? Like, I guess she's still not like 100%. I'm like, that sucks. It's like on national TV. This sucks. And like, she's just completely composed. And like the other girl's like, um, she like said hi, and she's like, congratulations, you did a great job. And she's like completely like hiding everything. And like the other was like, thank you. And she still can't believe that she won. And then like it cuts to like the girl walking home, and um she's kind of like her head down a little bit and just walking, and then she starts like humming the same song, and I'm like, don't do this. And then she gets like to the third like chorus, and then she's like, and I'm like, no, I can't, don't. I don't start crying. I can't handle it. And then the episode ends. And I'm like, no. I don't know. I don't know if I can continue this. I'm like, this man, y'all yanking the heartstrings like episode, like the whole episode. I'm like, I can't. So this is a very good idol show so far. It's done things that I haven't seen done. It's not an idol show like that hockey one where they're like all dancing and singing. They may do that, but this was like this show is about the characters. So this
Yeah.
is character driven.
Well, I mean, they know what they're doing. They know what they're about. They're not just going to be like, "Oh, this is, you know, hockey or this is idol." They like, "No, this is an idol anime."
Yeah.
So,
So, um, man, top tier idol show came out swinging. Um, I I'm scared to go back. I feel like I'm gonna come back. She's gonna start crying. Um, but yeah, if you like idol shows, this is a from the first episode. I predict that this is gonna be a very great one. Cool. All right, the next show we're gonna be talking about is uh, dang it, why didn't I put the English version in this one? Uh, Hi, Senpai. Feels like my coworkers are annoying. My senpai is annoying. This is the workplace romance show.
mm-hmm.
Um, I love. Oh, this show's adorable. I love it. So I haven't met most of these characters, or I think it's like maybe I've seen they've been in like a scene or two. I don't know what this whole ghost thing is, but yeah, it's
Is it comparable to working?
no,
Mm.
it's like a blooming romance
Mm-hmm.
where working is a comedy with very eccentric characters.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a like a more serious,
So it's a rom com.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Um, that basically there's this huge dynamic between the two main characters because he's like giant. He's giant. He's not just a regular size. He's giant and she's tiny.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this huge dynamic there. Um, he's loud and boisterous. So like anything he says is just way over the top. And you're like, okay, I heard you. Like, yeah. And he's like laughing. He's a big jolly guy. She just like you have those characters who are tiny and like not as far as like going to sleep in like a bunny outfit, but like she has tons of animals and like when she sees something cute, like you can obviously tell that she wants it. Um, like as soon as you see her, you're like, I bet her bed is full of stuffed animals, and she has like a clock that's shaped like an animal, and it's like, yes, all of that is true. You're right. Um, so um, one thing that's interesting about it is um, she is an adult. So like she's like, yeah, I like cute stuff. So what? And she's like, yeah. So um, she's been working at this company and she's waiting for her chance to like prove herself so she
Mm-hmm.
can like move up in the company and stuff like that. And for one of the projects, she gets or maybe she always gets partnered up. Well, no, I guess for one of the projects, she gets partnered up with the big guy, and they it's just like regular work stuff. Like they go and presents like sales report, like sales. Um, they do a sale to like a sales presentations to a
Mm-hmm.
company and stuff like that, and like um, for one project, he's like, do you want to do the presentation since you did all the research for it? And she's like, yes. And she's like, it's her chance. And she is standing in front of everybody and like super nervous and she like doesn't know how to start. So he starts it and then she jumps in and just knocks it out of the park. And then like he there's one project that because they were under a like it was crunch time. I don't know. There was she thought that there was a rush, so she skipped a step. And what ended up happening is the sales order that they put in was wrong, and they got like a bunch of the wrong stuff and all that kind of stuff, and basically they needed to go and apologize to the company and like do what they can to like make it better, like that whole formal Japanese office work company kind of thing. So he ended up doing a bunch of work behind the scenes and fixing everything, even though she should have checked with him first. So he's basically covering for her, and then she catches him like asleep at his desk one day. Oh, she forgot her bus pass or train pass, commuter pass, whatever it's called. She forgets her pass, so she goes back and she catches him asleep at his desk. And then because he fell asleep, he forgot to put away the project that he was working on. So she finds out that he was fixing her mistake, and then a couple other things, and it's like it's really cute. And they go out once they fix that problem and like come up with they're like, we've got the stuff that needed to be fixed, we fixed, but the stuff that we can't fix, here's a solution for you, and it'll actually work out better. So they like completely like patched up that issue with that company. So now their client is there's a happy client now, and because of that, they go out to celebrate. Because he fixed her problem, she wants to pay him back, but because she's a senior at the company, he won't let her pay for the celebration dinner that they're about to have. So it's this weird hierarchy thing, and so she's like, fine. And then they start drinking, and then she gets all drunk and all that kind of stuff, starts slurring her words, and she's like, why do you look out for me so much? And she she's like, what, do you like me or something? All slurrily. And I'm like, she's gonna regret all this tomorrow. And he's like, yeah, you're like, if I had a daughter, I would want her to be just like you. And she kind of got offended and was like, how come you won't think you'll be like your wife? And then realized what she just said and got super embarrassed. And the episode was over. And I'm like,
well, you know how that's going to progress.
And I'm like, well.
At least in that something that sense, they actually stated it from the get-go. Like it was brought out in the open. You know how some of these go. They'll be like they'll twist and turn and play out like for half the freaking episodes before one of them actually finally admits they have feelings for one another.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's like, what do you mean? Because me, I'm like, what do you mean you wish you had a daughter like me? I'm like, do you want to have a daughter with her so that when she has the daughter's like her mom? Or do you think she's an adorable little kid and you would like to have a kid exactly like her? I'm like, which way is it going? Because if it was one way, then she shouldn't be offended. But if it's the other way, then it's like, yeah, like, you're like a little kid. So I'm like, I'm like, yeah. So the one girl in the bottom corner, that's like, I guess, eating a ghost. Um, she is very strange, and I don't know what's her deal. Her and the main character met in the break room, and what was it? Yeah, the girl was making she's a woman. Oh my god, the green hair lady was making coffee, and they're talking like, oh, so you like coffee? She's like, yeah. It's a little bitter, so I like adding sugar. And then she just started putting one sugar cube after another. They didn't show how much she put in, but I'm like, yeah, that was at least like 7 or 8 sugar cubes. And so like a little mug of coffee. So I'm like, you should drink something else then. Um, and then the other girl, she was like, well, I like drinking this, and pulls out a vodka bottle. Like, yeah. And she's like, whoa, whoa, you shouldn't be drinking alcohol at work. She's like, it's not alcohol. It's full of water. And then she like chugs it and walks off. And I'm like, just like what that guy said, it could go 2 ways. It could be you're lying and you're drinking at work, or why do you have water in a vodka bottle?
Just for that reaction. Shit, if I did something like that, that's exactly why I would do it.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I don't know her deal. And then the two people in the back, the guy obviously likes the girl. And I don't know if she's just toying along with him and acting like she doesn't know that he likes her,
Well, probably.
or definitely, she definitely knows. And she's not gonna say, she just loves messing with him. Um, but yeah, every now and then they pop up and like the intro spoiled it a little bit, or the outro, something. Um, but yeah, she would say something and like look at it, like she would purposely make interactions with him, and like he would seem a little like flustered, but he would like just go along with the situation, and I'm like, because she would ask like she would ask him questions about another lady, and you could tell that he wasn't interested in talking about the other lady. So I'm like, I think he likes her. And then like one of the intros showed like a clip of her like leaning over at him suggestively to like get him to be uncomfortable. And then she smiled. So I'm like, oh, okay, so she definitely like playing around with him. And then the other two people on the left, I don't remember. Them if they even showed them. I feel like they may have showed the jacket girl, but I don't know about that other guy, blind guy. But yeah, this is gonna be a good comedy show. And it's an adorable romance. So man, I don't know how this situation is gonna continue, because she's not gonna remember what she said, and I don't think he's gonna seriously answer her. I think he's gonna push the question off, and then she may realize what she asked him and is gonna be super embarrassed. So
Oh, I'm sure. I have no
yeah,
doubt.
yeah. So oh god, I can't wait to get the rest of this one. But yeah, very cool comedy. Some pretty interesting characters. Um, and yeah, I can't wait to see what happens. All right, the next show we're gonna be talking about is I can't read it. It is banished from the hero's party. I decided to live a quiet life in the countryside.
So, this show. I didn't necessarily have very high hopes for the show. I didn't necessarily know what I was getting myself into, but I didn't think there was going to be much necessarily to it. What surprised me is that it is actually more complicated and deeper than I thought it would be.
Okay.
I would probably, just as a preface to it, would say that it probably ranks right along there with the assassin one.
Okay.
Above average, not quite top tier, but just below that situation. So, ranking score wise, probably like a 75, kind of situation. Still above the 50% margin rating kind of situation, but um Basic story is the main character, the guy in blue, who in the beginning is known as Brand, or he has another name, but he starts learning himself known as Red. If he starts off, the girl in the very background, the blue-haired one, is actually the hero who is supposed to go to defeat the demon lord. She is super powerful. Everyone in this world has a gift that they are given by the gods, and that kind of determines what you necessarily do because you're more adept and skilled at certain things than others. Some people use it to be adventurers, some people use it as trade, some people use it in all sorts of manners. Just kind of depends upon what you're kind of given. Um, she was given essentially the gift of being hero. She doesn't need to sleep, she doesn't need to eat. She is absurdly powerful, and she's basically on a quest to kill a demon lord. She grew up as an orphan, from what I've gathered so far, and he also was an orphan, but they were close to each other, so they considered themselves brothers and sisters.
Okay.
Now, the interesting thing with him is that his ability is that of, I think what they said was what amounts to like he can locate things. It's very mundane, nothing great about it, but he's like, you know, the old saying that a master, or a jack of all trades but a master of none.
Yes.
That's essentially him. He has no one skill that he is exceedingly better off at than anyone else, but he's great at a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
The very beginning of it has a wizard in their party taking him aside at a banquet that they were at by himself and telling him that essentially he's holding the party back. That essentially because of him, they struggle through every battle, and that the party would be better off without him. And basically demoralizing the main character Red until he's like, you know what, you're right. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave. Um, and he does. He basically travels to the very outskirts of the realm in a backwaters city town where basically it's most of the people there are there because they're trying to hide from various reasons, usually.
Okay.
Not necessarily a lawless town, but definitely where people would prefer to kind of remain to themselves for the most part. And there he ends up making his dream is opening a pharmacy. He's actually one of his skills that he's actually good at is collecting herbs. He's kind of his own, herbologist essentially, and is very keen about that. And it's a life he feels like he can lead without the worries and concerns that he had while he was in the heroes party. It's interesting because we keep going back and forth between him and the hero because he struggles. Don't get me wrong; he has his own struggles in his own life and everything. Um, because of where he's at and the fact that he's hiding his identity and all this. Um, but the heroes party is actually struggling as well. And it was kind of an agreement between everyone except for this wizard that originally called Red out to begin with, that Red actually was an asset to the party. He actually, even though he wasn't as skilled a fighter as some of the warriors that they have on their team and everything, he more or less at least held his own for the most part, with only needing some assistance for the every now and then. But his main biggest thing is he helped the party progress. Like he knew who to talk to, he knew where to go. He knew the right people to talk to and was able to make the transition flow more easily.
He was
So
more of an asset behind the scenes.
than he even really took himself for.
Yeah.
But because someone came up to him and kind of he was already kind of questioning himself to begin with, and then further put it in front of his face, that's the reason why he left. So now one part of the party has broken off and is now trying to go find him, while the rest continue on their journey as best they can. And he is in this town. He has become a pharmacist. He does open his own shop and everything. Um, but it's interesting because there's issues going on even in where he's at, and even having to deal with demons on their own. There was a drug that was okayed by the local government, and it wasn't until after it had been more widely dispersed as a pain medicine that it was found to be addictive and having some alternate side effects. So he is now trying to deal with that while at the same time helping out those around him. So it's interesting to me because he's actually becoming an asset to the community that he's with by the sheer nature of who he is and what he does. But he's also an asset to the heroes party and trying to kill the demon lord and all that other thing. And it's funny to me because I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, where is something eventually has got to give? And I'm curious to see what side will eventually that'll happen. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The person with him, the blonde, is actually a princess who is also kind of in exile. He met her during their journey, his journey with the heroes party. Um, but because there was a question of succession in her kingdom, she ran away. So she's
Okay.
kind of in self exile, I guess, for the most part, because
Mhm.
she didn't want to be the one put in charge. But she knew that there were people who would prefer to have her in charge rather than I think her brother.
Mhm.
Um, so she essentially self exiled, but she knew of him, of Red. So they kind of she already kind of had a thing for him, so she's kind of using this as an opportunity to get to know him more. So
Mhm.
there's kind of a budding relationship kind of going along between the two of them. But then there's the consequence of the heroes party, and then now this new drug that has been introduced into the area that he's currently in, with now all of a sudden demons making an appearance in secret because they're hiding their appearance. But it wasn't until Rit, the lady in red, actually ran into one and almost got killed by one until the person from the heroes party who had been looking for Red actually stumbled across her.
Okay.
That's where I left it so far, but it's interesting. I enjoy the fantasy realms of it. I enjoy the aspect of the consequences. Um, you know, it's definitely following a specific path. Um, but I also enjoy the fact that our main focus isn't so much on the hero's party and the hero's journey,
Mhm.
but we at least have consequences for that with where we're at.
Okay.
So
Cool. Cool. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Um, maybe.
this is definitely one of those where I would say if you felt like a fantasy and you had some free time to watch one, this might be one if you hadn't watched the other ones already.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Right. The next show we're going to be talking about is. Oh, God.
Ah, yes, this one. The
Uh,
long named one.
yeah. Uh,
How many we got after this one?
I think four.
Holy crap. Okay.
Oh,
Um
wow. The new picture is completely different. Okay. This is the fruit of evolution. Before I knew it, I had it made.
so this as far as fantasy goes, I would put as just an average. Not bad, not good, just average.
Okay.
So story takes place with the guy on the left and the guy on the right are the same person.
Yes.
Same thing goes with the monkey on the left and the woman on the right. Same person. Guy on the left, bullied as a kid through his entire school life. He's fat, he's ugly, he smells, this, that, and the other thing. Until right before school lets out, they hear the voice of God over the PA system basically go, we're going to take you to another world because we need heroes. Like, no, like, reasoning why, no, like, hey, we need you for this and we'll return you back. They're just like, yep, we're going to take you. Everyone stand together and this is what's going to happen. So everyone kind of clusters together as people start disappearing into like pillars of light, essentially, except for him, because nobody stood next to him. So everyone else disappears, and then you hear the god over the PA system go, "Wait, there's another one? You're by yourself? Oh well, all right. Well, good intent for you too. Just I'll give you something extra just to help out because they all got transported into one specific location. He got transported to a completely different location. Um, so he ends up finding what looks to be, and he's there for like a week and going through this forest and ends up not having any food, no provisions, no supplies, starving, and ends up coming across some monkeys that were picking some fruit and some drop some and he picks it up and starts eating it because he was extremely hungry. Ends up being what is known as fruit of evolution.
Ah.
So basically he ate 10 of them and became the most perfect version of himself that he possibly could be.
Okay.
And because he was already slated as being a hero in this world, he was already kind of given some basic abilities and stuff like that. Well, those just kind of amped up tenfold. Stronger, faster. Any of his spells that he does are like way more. And the forest that he was actually put in was actually a really dangerous forest. So him making his way out of the forest, he has just essentially mass leveled himself.
Cool.
Yeah. Amongst the way, he finds the leader of the gorillas that he stole the fruit from originally, which is the red-haired ape in the background, who um, falls in love with him because of how strong he is.
Okay.
Respects strength. Of course, he adamantly is like, this is awkward. You're an ape, and I'm a human. This does not work. So she ate a fruit of evolution and turned into that you see there in the picture.
A fruit?
I think she'd already eaten like quite a few before then. So by the time she ate that final one, it was just like the icing on the cake essentially, and just turned into a
Okay.
human. Like she still retains all of her other physical attributes. She was already pretty strong as is.
Yeah.
It's just now that she essentially she just changed form.
Okay. I was
So like he did like the way you see him on the right versus the left. That's after 10 fruits.
Yeah.
She, I think, was already like at 8 or 9 and just had like 1 or 2 to top off, and then wakes up in the morning to find herself naked because obviously he didn't have any clothes on when he was gorilla, and then throws herself into his arms because now she's so happy because now they can be together. Um, yeah,
Mm.
it's just an interesting, quirky fantasy story. Um, at one point he was training to be an adventurer. Like I don't necessarily understand why he doesn't tell people that he came from another world and is essentially a hero. Because he keeps saying things and doing things that most people in this world would necessarily know about, but then they just give him like weird looks, like wait, you don't know about that? And then it gets accepted into an adventurers guild into the closest town that they could find themselves into. And this adventurers guild is just like weird as frick, because the main head of the guild is a muscle dude in a speedo. And
Okay.
when I say that he's packing, he's packing.
Okay.
And likes to just be like just front and center, just like as he's showing off his muscles, and the guy's like, "Do you have to? I really don't want to look at that. Can you not?" And then pulls things out of that to give to him because he acts like it's a pocket of infinite holding, essentially. And he's just like, "Why do you keep pulling things out from there? I would rather you not." And the female who is the, I guess, caretaker of that hall is also a dominatrix. So the very first time they meet, she's literally whipping one of the other adventurers and wearing a skin tight leather outfit.
Okay.
But then transforms into a very like almost maid looking helper when she's not in that outfit.
Okay.
And then while training or while being having to do a few quests to be accepted into the Adventurers Guild, they were out in a field, and apparently there were some demons that were setting teleportation traps, teleport people into the demon lord generals. One of his highest generals was a black dragon. They set teleportation traps for people to wander into, and of course, him and his party go just accidentally hit one, get teleported into it, and I think it took them all of like half an episode to kill the dragon. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Just like, all right, that's no problem. At this point, I'm just like, can we get to the demon lord and he could just go ahead and take care of him? Like, my excitement at this point in continuing to watch this is the idea that at some point they keep cutting back every now and then to his classmates who are at like this castle training and sword fighting and wizardry and all that other stuff. Meanwhile, he's doing real life training, getting all this power, getting all this stuff, doing all these things. And I'm just sitting here waiting, going, I want to see when they finally go, okay, we're ready to go after this demon lord. And like, it's literally his entire class of people. And they're going to go all the way there. And he's going to come walking out of like the cave or wherever this demon lord is and be like, wait, what are you guys here for? We're here to kill the demon lord. Oh, he's dead. I took care of it already. Don't worry about it. What? Like that is literally the only thing at this point I'm waiting for because I feel like that is the direction in which we are heading then. So
Yeah.
like, and I don't even think he's going to go there knowing it is the demon lord. I think he's either going to be stumble across it or just be forced into it, and they're gonna think, oh, he's never going to survive, and literally he'll handle it readily.
Yeah.
So I said, I kind of see where the direction this is going when in, and there's not a whole lot of things that I'm like, oh, this is fresh or this is new or this is different. So to me, I'm just like, it's not bad. It's just not really great. So mid tier.
Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that I hope that would be really funny if he just stumbles across it, kills him, not even knowing that's the demon lord.
Yeah. Be like, wait, that was the demon lord? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because everyone's like freaking out about the demon lord, and even the kings. They had a conversation you overheard where the king's just like, I don't know if they're going to be able to handle this, and the knight captain doesn't think that these kids are strong enough to be able to go after him. And I'm sitting here going, and yet one of them is probably going to do it by himself or with the help of a gorilla turned into a woman. So
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Tact OP Destiny.
Ah, yes. This one was interesting. Did you watch this one?
I love this one.
Okay. I only watched it because I saw a YouTube video. I didn't even watch the video itself, but I saw one of the people I usually go watch like some reactions to just to get their take on it. And I saw them have the title of this saying most beautiful anime they've seen so far this season. And I was like, well, you got my curiosity. I guess I'll figure out what the heck's going on here. Um, it's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
It's very interesting. Creatures that don't like music and people who create music into a machine, essentially a robotic personality that as a weapon. It's very interesting and weird to explain.
Yeah. So,
And they keep talking about them going to New York and tuning her. And I'm like, well, wait, is she an instrument?
yeah, I like when certain shows take like concepts of like like an instrument. And it's like
Mm,
an instrument for what? An instrument for writing, an instrument for fighting, an instrument for playing for making music. I like when they like take concepts like that and kind of flip it on its head.
mm.
Um, this show, I had something and I forgot what I was gonna say.
That's fine.
Uh, I was gonna say it reminds me of another show, but I can't remember what it is about it. I do like how it's like based in America
Mm-hmm.
and like you see certain things and it's like, oh, they must be on Route 66, I think.
Yeah, I do enjoy the callbacks, and especially to the idea that they're actually using North America as a backdrop for it instead of like the stereotypical Japan or in another world or something like that. They're
Yeah.
actually trying to base it into reality and also into our world with in America. So um I'm not so sure about the characters, the two main characters. Um there's nothing wrong with them, but I feel like this personality that we see inside both of them is nothing new.
They are both very stubborn.
They are, but I don't like I see that they try to make them quirky in their own way, but I feel like the quirkiness is something I've already seen before.
Mhm.
Like I don't feel like I'm getting anything different or new from it.
Yeah. Um,
And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that or wrong with the characters themselves. And it's not to a point where I hate the characters. I'm just like kind of shrug my shoulders when it comes to them and just be like, I've seen this before. Okay.
yeah. It's like a no music pun intended. They're kind of one note.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah.
You got
Uh,
the robot lady who's essentially concerned is only with fighting and getting stronger
yep.
and refueling. It's for the most efficient way that in which she could kill bad guys
Yep.
or aliens. And then one dude who cares nothing in the world about anything else other than music. That's nothing cares about anything else. Not even his own life.
Yeah. Um, I had to yell at him because
Which part?
so when they were in the diner
Mm-hmm.
and he saw the jukebox and walked over to it and saw that it was taped over saying "Do not use," and he started messing with the tape, and I'm like, no.
See, I started yelling at him about the time that he basically told her to go kill the other things so that way he could listen to the jukebox, and knowing full well that she's not going to be the type to just go, "Oh, I'll just walk outside and then go run over there real fast." No, she's going to take the most direct route possible, which means she's going through the wall and going to leave a giant hole where she went through just so she can get there the quickest way possible to do what to kill the bad guys that she wants to kill. If
Oh,
nothing else, the only thing I really feel sorry for is their caretaker.
yes. I remember what I was gonna say. Um, have you seen A Quiet Place?
Bits and pieces.
This reminds me of what I think A Quiet Place is about. I have not seen those two movies, but it's like they basically was like,
Oh, it's even worse than The Quiet Place is even worse
okay,
because
yeah,
it is aliens that are coming after people, but you make any noise, any sounds, and they will be on you.
yeah. So as soon as I realized what was happening, I'm like, this reminds me of Quiet Place. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to watch that movie.
Yeah,
So, um, yeah, exactly like you said, her caretaker. Oh my god,
yeah.
she's like, I can't reason with y'all.
Mm-hmm. Though she's also kind of her own problem too, because she caves into the girl so damn easily.
Yeah,
If she was just a little more stringent and just laid down some ground rules, I'm sure things would work a bit better. But she doesn't want to tell her quote unquote sister no.
yeah.
So this is beautiful anime, absolutely gorgeous, great fighting, great action. Um, Characters are a little one note. Dialogue is pretty decent, I would say. It's about what you would expect in certain situations with characters that are one note, unfortunately. Um, I mean, you can almost predict what both the girl and the guy will say, like almost always.
Yeah.
Like I almost know exactly what it is they're gonna say, but it doesn't seem like big. That is both a plus and a minus because if it's predictable to that regards, that means they're staying true to the character. But it also kind of makes it boring for someone listening and watching it to expect something else other than what you're given.
Yeah. For me, I would say that's fun in a sense when they arrive at a new location and you notice something, you're like, shh. I'm like, they got a jukebox too.
Mm,
Please don't look at it. Please,
yeah,
damn it, he
yeah.
just saw it.
Well, like you knew it was gonna happen. You knew it was gonna happen. The fact that he couldn't leave the piano alone
Yeah,
once he saw it
yeah,
is just like he ain't gonna leave a goddamn jukebox alone because he doesn't even have to play that son of a bitch. He could just let it just put in a quarter, let it go.
yep. Um,
I don't necessarily think it's the act of creating the music. It's just the music itself that he enjoys.
yes,
If he has to create the music himself, he'll create the music himself. But if he can just as easily have it being played for him, he would love that too.
yeah.
God, can you
Uh,
imagine a road trip like that without having music? They can't have it in the car.
I would say a couple years ago, no, but now I'm like podcast.
Okay, that's fair, but still.
Yeah, I'm like,
I don't know if the podcasts are a thing in this alternate
yeah,
reality that we currently live in. So I'm just thinking to myself now, I'm just like, oh my God, that long of a card, they're literally going cross country.
yeah, yeah.
And apparently they have to apparently the heart of America has been overrun with these creatures, whatever they are.
Yeah, yeah. Like a couple years ago, back when live in-person conventions were a thing, I'm like driving 3 hours to go to a convention and not having music. It's like that's not gonna happen.
That sort of
So
trip, you're talking like what? Because the fact that they're having to go all the way down south,
yeah, multiple
like,
days.
oh god, that's like a week or two if nothing else. Because
Yeah,
they got to go. They had to go all the way down, all the way up, and then all the way back up to New York.
yeah.
That's at least a week, if not two. And
And they
that's
got like
hmm?
old school maps, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting. I'm kind of curious where things are gonna take a turn because it's like,
I feel like they're probably going to take a turn towards the end of the series. Probably about the same time that they're going to. I don't know if they're ever actually going to arrive at New York.
yeah, because
Is what I think is going to be the thing. I think what's going to end up happening is that towards the end of the series, they're probably going to have a situation where she's going to get taken or he's going to get taken, and they're going to have to mount a rescue mission essentially to get one of them back.
yeah, because it's a basically it's a two-part weapon,
Yeah,
and the worst thing that can happen is for one of the parts to be missing, and
yeah.
that's definitely gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um, yeah, and just like kind of like high school of the day, where it's like it was a journey where like we need to get to this one location, and they never got there, and it's
Nope.
like yeah, it's like yeah, yeah. I predict the same thing.
I feel like
Uh,
they're going to meet another one of these along the way.
yeah, because even with the little fairy tale that was explained at the beginning, there was tons of music arts.
Yeah.
So
So I feel like they're going to meet at least one. I don't know. It might be a case of he gets another music art. Maybe I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know if he can be
yeah,
I don't know if he can be the composer for two.
yeah, and I'm wondering like what's the personality of the other ones. I'm like,
I feel like she's an oddity. I feel like the other ones are going to be more animated and more um sociable,
yeah, and I'm wondering if that's gonna be a weakness. Like
whereas
the reason why they're so strong is because they're so odd.
she is very closed and narrow-mindedly focused. So
Interesting. Yeah, yeah. I look forward to the rest of this one. This one's very very good. Um, if I didn't know it was made by Mappa and Madhouse, I would say this is UFO tables animation style. This is like really really good.
yeah, for sure.
Ah, the next show we're gonna be talking about is the same thing. What? Okay. So that's all the shows for this season. Last two shows that I watched were from last season. Um, I think I misread on Funimation because it'll be like recently updated. Oh, also Crunchyroll got rid of the simulcast like section of the app, so I had to like scroll through a bunch of like recently added, and
Really?
yeah, I scrolled down and I couldn't find like simulcast. So
Are you using the Crunchyroll beta?
I'm using the Roku app, so
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure what version it is. Um, but yeah, I don't like Crunchyroll's new like is
Crunchy
like the app loads black and it's like
Crun-
this weight.
Crunchyroll beta is almost the same as Funimation's now at this point.
Okay, I would like the beta because if the beta is not what I have, I want the beta because what I have is annoying. Um, yeah, there used to be a feature where you can link a device to the
Mm.
account, and I'm like, yeah, let me go ahead and sign it to the website, and then be like, bing, shoot it over to the TV, and I'm good. Now they're like, oh no, he signed you out, so you gotta log in again. And I'm like, but look at my password. I don't want to type this. So, so every month I get mad. But yeah, whatever version they have that I am using now, which matches the website, I don't like that version. I want the new. If they have a new one, I want the new one. But yeah, so also Funimation, they didn't really have a simulcast section. They have recently added. So I scrolled through and saw recently added, and I found 2 shows that I thought were this season, but they were last season. So the first one is Jahi Sama Wakakse, or I'm gonna previous. Or the great Yahi will not be defeated. So this is a show about a demon lord that was overconfident, and the hero flew in, and the demon lord was like, "Hey, how dare you come into my house?" And then the hero flew past her and destroyed her source of power, and the whole the whole castle crumbled. And then she ended up being in a super tiny form of her normal self, and all she has is this one little tiny monocrystal. And basically, her goal is to travel around in our world, finding all the pieces, so then she can go back to what she was before. Um,
Interesting.
and she was basically homeless, and she was like living out in the world, sleeping at parks and bathing in rivers and stuff like that. And um, the lady on the right owns a restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and the lady behind her owns an inn. They haven't explained how, but basically, the lady who owns the restaurant convinced her sister, who owns the inn, to let this girl stay so she could have a home. And every single month, her and the landlord get into a fight, like a physical fight. And she's like, "You need to pay me the rent." And she's like, "I'll never pay you the rent." So she like gets her in like all these like holds and headlocks, and they're arguing the whole time. And they argue until Jahi basically tricks the sister and escapes and
Mm-hmm.
runs off, and always runs into the sister. And then the sister's like, "Y'all need to learn how to get together." And she's like, "But I don't want to." And then she ends up paying rent and is able to stay at the inn for the next month. And then a month later, she's like, "You need to pay me the rent." And she's like, "I'll never pay you the rent." And then they start fighting again. And then the sister solves it. And it like it plays out every month over and over and over. And it's hilarious every single time. Um, and then the restaurant lady, she doesn't know that the demon girl has 2 different forms, because
Mm-hmm.
she always keeps her monocrystal on her. And whenever she's at home, she's in her regular form. Oh, 'cause the crystal doesn't keep charge that long, so she can like put the crystal on, go to work her shift, and then hurry back home before she turns back into the little version. And that's how she's able to get money to pay rent. Um, so basically, so far her days, I haven't seen her go out to look for the crystals, but I'm assuming she's out looking for crystals until it's time for her to go to work, and then she puts on her pendant, goes to work, acts like a regular person, and she's like, someone's like, "Hey, can we get 2 beers over here?" And she's like, "Hey, 1 second." And he's like, "Hey, can I get some? I get my udon." And he's like, "Ah, 1 second." She's like, just working at a restaurant, and then she gets home and she's like, "I need to get my powers back." Blah 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 blah. And then the month comes around, and she's like, "You need to pay the rent." "I'll never pay the rent." It's a funny show. Then one day she notices that her pendant is not keeping the not keeping power like it normally does, and she's like, "Oh no, I need to figure out what I do before I turn into my poof kid form." And she's like, "Uh, my shift is halfway over. What am I gonna do for the second half?" And she's like, "Oh no, um, I need to figure out something before the lady comes." And she's like, "Hey, how are you doing back here?" She's like, ah. And she's like, "Oh, you're so little, you're cute." And I'm like, I guess the lady just knew what was going on already. Um, so she's like, "Oh, you're tiny." And she's like, "Ah." And she's like, "Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I am a demon lord, and I shouldn't be working here and all this kind of stuff, but blah 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 blah. And I have to keep this job. Please don't fire me." so, um, so she's like, "Okay, well, you stay back here." And then she goes and gets her some food, and she's like, "So I've given you a raise," and then like she was already planning on giving her a raise. She's like, "So here's your check." And he's like, "I've given you a raise, and here's some food, and now with your raise, you can go ahead and buy yourself something good to eat," and then just goes back to work. So she's like proud, like trying not to take charity, but enjoying that her boss treats her so well. And she's like, it was like some fried chicken, and she like ate the chicken, and she's like, "Ah, oh, it's so good. I need to get my powers because this is beneath me working at a restaurant. Ah, I can't take this. Ah, oh, this food is so good." It's like,
Oh my god.
it's so funny. Um, and then she gets up the next morning and realizes that she doesn't have her pendant, and she's freaking out. And she's like, "Oh my god, if this pendant wrong goes into the wrong hands, like destruction and mayhem will rule." And she's like, "Oh my god." So she like goes to the restaurant, and because she's like, "That's the last place I had it." She goes there, and um the lady's like, "Oh, you're here on your day off?" She's like, "Blah blah blah." And she's like, "Yeah, I lost my thing." And then like she's like, "Oh, I thought that was yours." So she like had it around her neck, and she's like, "Here you go." And she's like, "Oh my god, you had it, how long did you have it on?" She's like, "Oh, I put it on after you got like after the shift was over." And she's like, "You've had it on for a whole day?" And she's like, did anything crazy happen? Like, did a volcano erupt, or like did like an earthquake split the world in half? And she's um like, I got split ends. And she's like, "No, like, did anything crazy happen?" And she's like, uh I I missed the beginning of my TV show. And she's like, "No, like something really, really crazy." She's like, I don't know." She's like, "Huh, that's weird." Like, I guess and then she like grabbed the necklace, and then she like put it on and left. And then and it's like, I thought that the lady's gonna be like, she's gonna like point to some stuff that happened on the news, like a tsunami like hit a city or something like that. And she was like, "Oh, I really didn't want to tell her that I like hit my knee on this chair, and it really, really hurts, and like it still hurts right now." And I'm like, "Okay."
Fair enough.
So I'm like, "That's still not what she was talking about." So yeah. And then she like goes home, and I can't remember what happens the rest of the episode, but it's like cool. So I like this show. Um, I will come back to it some other time because it's the wrong season. But I do like it. Yeah, the favorite. Oh no. Every freaking month.
Pay the rent. I will not pay the rent.
She's like, "Never," even though I did it 30 days ago. And he's like, "Fine, then I'm gonna kick you out." And she's like, "No, no, no, please, please, please." And she's like, "Well, then you need to pay." I'll never. Oh God, I love it. So yeah, this show is hilarious. All right, the next show and the last show we're gonna be talking about is Shiroi Suna no Akuto. Or
Didn't you talk about this one last time?
I
I swear you
think it
did.
got I think it got bumped
Did
because
it?
yeah, because I never watched the first episode.
Mm.
So maybe what happened is it was supposed to air, and I talked about the we did the trailer and all that kind of stuff, and I
Mm-hmm.
said I wanted to watch it because it was PA Works, and I never got to it. And then because the apps have changed and I couldn't find out the simulcast section, I saw this one. I'm like, oh yeah, the PA Works one, and I watched it because it was PA Works, and it said it was recently added, and it was added 4 months ago, which is not recent.
Recent-ish? I mean, come on.
So maybe the dub that was added is a recent because it takes a few months for the dub to come out, and maybe the dub is on episode 7. But when I went in, I'm like, no, Japanese, and I went to the simulcast for last season. So, yeah. Comparing this show to like all the other shows in this season, I'm like, it's a little weak.
Bit of a slow burn.
Yeah, like this is a very nice, chill, gorgeous anime, and
Mm.
like if it wasn't, if I didn't move it to the season with all the heavy hitters, then I would have been like, yeah, this is cool. I'll go ahead and watch me some like uh anime about aquariums and chill sea life. Um, but yeah, so this show, the main character is an idol,
Mm-hmm.
and she is a hard worker, and she did everything she needed to do, but she doesn't have a shining personality, so she ended up being cut from um, the company and being got replaced by a newer member of the group,
Mm-hmm.
and um, it looks like her parents really didn't want her to pursue that dream because
I was about to say, you wait, you said that at first. I was like, wait, her parents didn't want her. Oh wow, that's dark.
yeah, so they supported her, but they were pretty sure that she wasn't like cut out to succeed very far.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so when they heard that she was being cut from the group, they're like, okay, cool. Now she can do what we want her to do. And they set up this like coming home party, and oh my god, Google, stop. It's like half of what I said. It's like I don't understand what you're talking about. um, so yeah, so she is calling her and like they didn't really believe that she was gonna become like super famous, but they supported her without saying like without protesting. So when she called and said that she was coming home, they're like, oh, okay, cool. So we have a coming home party and everything. And then she's like, what? And she's like, yeah, we heard on the news that you got cut, so we decided to have you coming home party. And they're like, yeah, because like being idols is really hard work, and we like basically we didn't really think that you were gonna succeed, so we got the party ready for it when you get back. And she like got offended, and she's like, okay. So then um, she hung up, and she kind of like just thought about it, and I'm guessing because it's either not expensive to travel or she comes from a family with money, or she was making money while she was on the idol group, and like she has money to burn. Instead of taking her ticket home, she's like, I'm gonna go somewhere else, and just went to like the beach or whatever region this is that has like a lot of coastline,
Mm.
uh, and just started walking around. And I'm like,
Do you have a plan? Is there some meaning behind this? Are we just here?
yeah. So she was just there, and she sat down on the beach and like uh was just watching the beach, and then the sunset, and I'm like, well, it's getting dark, so you should probably go to your hotel that I'm assuming that you already set up. And then she woke up in the morning.
On the
So,
beach?
yep. Surrounded by all these little sand shapes. And I'm like, what is all of this? So there's another main character, the girl that's right next to her, to the
Mm.
left of her. And she works in the aquarium that's in the area, and she is all in on sea life. Like she is gonna be like a marine biologist, but never go to school for it. She's just gonna be an expert by working at the uh by working like at the aquarium.
Mm-hmm.
Um she doesn't pay attention in class. Like she just, it didn't show her like drawing pictures of fish or anything. She was more kind of like just looking out at the ocean, and like the teacher was like, so you handed in this for your math assignment, but this is the story about fish. And she's like, yes, I don't care about math and I like fish. And I'm like,
I was ready to say, wait, are you saying that's wrong?
so I'm like, okay, I guess she just does what she wants. Um, and then when she gets to the aquarium, like she's the program director, like she is in charge. And I'm like, oh, when she cares about something, she applies herself. I'm like, awesome. Um, right before she goes to school, she you see her parents and everything, and she walks outside to the shrine and puts this fish head in it, and then goes back inside, and then they show what happens, and then they cut back to her going back outside and putting a bigger fish head, and then praying, and then going back inside. And I'm like, okay, she really, really wants whatever she's like hoping for. Um, and then they cut to this little person, and he's like just just walking in the background, like, and I'm like, who is that? Um, Interesting. And then they like, after she puts the whole fish head in and everything, she goes to school and all that kind of stuff. They cut to like that little character eating the fish head. So I'm like, oh, he's the fish guy person. Cool. Uh,
Fair enough.
Interesting.
Fair enough.
So when she wakes up with those little weird sand things around her, I'm like, I guess that little guy protected her through the night. I'm like, I don't know what sand's gonna do against like a person, but I guess she was or something. I don't know. She needs to get a hotel room, but whatever. So then she gets up in the morning and she is like, why are you out here? She's walking, the sun's just blistering. She's about to faint. And this tour guide lady, um, just happens to be driving down the road and like sees her in the mirror, and she's like, I need to do something. So she like pulls off the side of the road, brings the girl some water, and she like starts asking her questions, and she's like, "So, like, so asking her questions, and like she realizes that the girl's just out there. So
Mm-hmm.
she like grabs some brochures out of her binder and like it's like, hey, here's some options or some place to go. And it's like one thing that she noticed was like attractive girl by herself, doesn't really have a plan. So she's like keeping an eye on her and she's like watching out for her. So I was like, that lady's cool. And then you don't see her again for the rest of the episode. And um,
Of
but
course not. Hey, you'll be lucky if she's still alive by the time you see her next time. You just gave her the death knell by saying she's cool.
um, so yeah, so this is just a very like chill, it's a slow burn story about an aquarium in this like coastal region. Eventually, the girl's gonna end up working at the aquarium. I could just assume that. And then it's gonna be just slice of life at an aquarium. Um,
So
at one point,
definitely not one for me.
yeah. um, at one point, the girl she ends up making it to the aquarium and like starts like looking around, and then she has this strange vision of like the fish coming out of the aquarium, and like all of a sudden this like like this giant wave like starts flowing. She starts running and like just gets pushed through, and then she's all of a sudden underwater, and the fish is swimming around her, and then she wakes up, and the other girl's there, and she's like, did you just see anything weird? And she's like, I think, and then she names the little god creature. She's like, I think what's his name is playing a trick on you. And I'm like, okay. Because this is made by PA Works, and they did another show that was in a coastal region, but the some of the characters lived underground because they were like underwater people.
Mm-hmm.
And in that show, there was also a god that some characters like gave offerings to and everything.
Mm-hmm.
One of the girls, I guess, disrespected the god, and he turned her knee into a fish head.
Ouch.
And yeah, and it gargled.
Moving on. I don't want to think about that picture ever
so,
again.
so it sucked because she wrapped it up so it looked like she hurt her knee, but every now and then it was like, so, so
Can we move beyond that? That I don't want to think about that. Thank you very much. That is the one image I could do without.
funny because she's like, it was very weird. So I'm like, there's a weird trend between these two shows made by PA Works with gods, fish heads, and like it's kind of weird. So yeah,
Uh,
so yeah, um, this is a very slow show, and I don't think it's gonna hit those beats that my favorite PA Works shows do.
mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna leave this for the second
the,
pass.
the backlog.
Yeah, because it didn't grab me. I had too many questions. Like like a lull in the sea got me right away. Like there's one show that I'm scared to go back to, and I think it's one that you've seen, where like there was like a chicken that got hurt or something like that, or yeah, I can't remember which show that was, but yeah, like there's like
No
so like
clue.
yeah, so um yeah, PA Works. I love you, PA Works, but it didn't hook me in this one. I don't know if that's pun intended or not, but
Well,
yeah.
we
So,
have plenty of other ones to keep ourselves occupied in the meantime.
yeah. So yeah. So that is it for our technically 19 shows for this season.
Good Lord.
Yeah. So We'll be back next week for the trailers for winter.
Wonderful.
Uh,
Hopefully not nearly as long.
yeah, so this season is stacked with a lot of heavy hitters, and actually, we usually take like a sneak peek to see what's next season. But yeah, winter 2022. What is
I think I have one that maybe jumps out at me immediately. Two, actually. As far as sequels go, the rest I'm kind of just maybe. I don't know.
okay. Yeah, nothing really is like sticking out to me as like a heavy hitter, unless I'm just not recognizing the picture.
Arafuta and
Yeah, I recognize that title, but I couldn't think of what show it was.
actually the one right below it too, Genjutsu.
Did you watch the older one?
The Genjutsu
Wait.
or the Arafuta? Both I've watched.
Genjutsu. I think mine's in alphabetical order, so it's not directly below.
Genjutsu Shugi Yusha no Uko Saikenku Part 2. The Realist Hero.
Ah.
And then Arifurata.
Oh yeah. Okay, I recognize them too. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Both of those I have seen the first seasons for to completion, so I will be watching those second seasons and or parts. The rest, I mean, I don't know. Maybe nothing else strikes me.
Yeah, nothing sticks out to me except for there was one, and I'm like, I don't think I finished the first season. Oh yeah, the
Sayuki.
Sayuki.
I thought you watched the other one before. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh wait, that's one you watched the first episode too.
Oh yeah, Sayuki and me don't get along for some reason. I try every single season that I come across, and I'm just like, that's interesting, and then I never go back to it. The one I'm looking at is Karakai Jozu. It's the one where the girl teases the boy. And that's the one that I'm like recognize right away, and then everything else is like I either don't recognize it or I don't know it. So the trailers will let me know what I'll be sampling. But yeah. All right. So that has been it for episode 80 of Monthly Ketchup. Yeah, as always, it's DK and Shade. We'll be back next week. And yeah, thank y'all for watching. Thanks for hanging out and chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do. And we will see y'all next time.